Just a little announcement. I'm told that the convenience is just right behind us. You may be pressed and you want to ease yourself. Please just go out of the hall, walk down to the back. There you'll find the convenience. And that will be okay. I'd also like to announce to us that we need to keep our property very safe. Just try to know your neighbor and let your neighbor know you. Your property is very important to us, and nobody will be held responsible for any missing. So please keep it well. Just make friends, network with your partner, with your neighbor. If we have in the house all the Rwasa general manager would like to recognize you. The Rwasa general manager from Bauchi State, if you're in the house, will recognize you. Kashina State, Zamfara State, Imo State, Enugu State, Benue State, Kaduna State, Jigawa, Ogun State, Adamawa State, and of course, the FCT Rwasa General Manager. You are welcome to this wonderful program. We recognize you. Thank you. We have Engineer J.N. Aboho, the Director of Urban Sanitation, will recognize you. If you are there, you can just give us a wave wherever you are. Give us a wave. Thank you so much. Or the Rwasa General Manager in the house, just give us a wave wherever you are seated in the house. Thank you so much. Shortly after now, we will commence the program. Please just bear with us. As I told us earlier, the permanent secretary is already in the house. She's not going to be sitting alone this morning. We already have Dr. Jane Bevan, the chief of Watch UNICEF, is already seated by her. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. For have us all in the house, the DG Smedan, Mr. Olawale Tunde Fasoya. If you are there in the house, please, could you just join the PS on the high table? All right, we're still expecting him. As soon as he comes, we'll move him to the elevated table. The Lixie, if you have Mr. Michael Adegbe in the house, we'd like to invite you to the high table. If you're in the house, please, could you just move forward and join the PS on the high table? All right, we're still expecting him. As soon as he comes, we'll move him to the high table. We also have the United Purpose. Our very dear lady, Miss Joy Aderele, representing United Purpose. If you have you in the house, please, could you just move to the high table to join the permanent secretary? All right, we're still expecting her. It's okay. And of course, the representative Federal Ministry of Environment, representing the Director of Environmental Sanitation, Mr. Collins Okeyi. If you're in the house, please join the PS on the high table. Thank you. All right, we're gradually getting set for the program. We will commence. You can have your seat. Are you, Mr. Collins? Please sit down here. Don't worry. Sit. Mr. DJ, Mr. DJ, are you going out? Please. Okay, should be here. All right, thank you. Please look at this. Dr. Jingle. Please, if you have the DJ's medal in the house now, you can join the PS on the high table. Mr. Olawale Tunde Fasonya. If you're in the house, please join the PS on the high table. Linksy, Mr. Michael Adegbe. If you're in the house, please join the PS on the high table. I'd like to recognize the Director of Price, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Mrs. Fumi Imotiyan, my very home boss. You are welcome. We recognize you, ma'am. We have the representative of United Purpose, Ms. Joy Aderele. If you're in the house, please join the PS on the high table. Can I have the DJ on his music set right now? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to this very program. Once again, my name is Agbajo Matthew, and we're about to commence this program. With the permission of the Permanent Secretary, I'd like to quickly ask us to just stand on our feet as we take the national anthem. Let's rise on our feet for national anthem. Let's keep standing for a while, even as we take the second stanza of the national anthem for our opening prayer. We will recite it after the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, go. O God of creation, O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice reign. Let's have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Mrs. D.D. Esther Watson-Jack, MCI, PM, OON, MNI. The representative of Federal Ministry of Environment, all the directors of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources that are present here, our invited delegates from all participating states, and other esteemed invited guests, all our development partners that are here present this morning, other staff of the Ministry of Federal Ministry of Water Resources, and all our line ministries, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome. As I told us earlier, my name is Agbajo Matthew. Your Excellency, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to specially, once again, welcome you to the 2023 inaugural Toilet Business Owners Conference, TBO. The inaugural theme is providing the toilets. Nigeria needs to end open defecation, the role of TBOs. Ladies and gentlemen, you may wish to note that the TBO conference is designed to showcase and create awareness on the contributions of private sanitation enterprises in scaling up sanitation service delivery in Nigeria. Among other things to benefit from this conference, it will promote awareness of the budding local sanitation economy. It will present business stroke investments cases for sanitation and facilitate dialogue among key stakeholders on the challenges inhibiting the growth of the local sanitation market. Also, this conference is aimed to share latest knowledge, evidence, and innovations from around the country on delivery of affordable, quality, and inclusive sanitation services and products across the entire sanitation value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, and at this junction, I'd like to invite the one that has started Toilet Pride, Mr. Chukwuma Nnana, to give us an introductory remarks. Mr. Chukuma Unana, if you're in the house, please let's give him a round of applause as we walk to the podium to give us the introductory remarks for this program. Is it coming? All right, please let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's encourage him this morning. We are just too cool. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I want to first say a big thank you to everyone that's come out here today. Today is very important for us and very big. Today we celebrate an amazing set of Nigerians who have been active, passionate, trying to see how we can make progress in our ODF vision. And for us at Toilet Pride, we believe that we cannot achieve our Nigeria's ODF vision until we begin to make serious commitment and serious investments in enhancing the participation of the private sector towards achieving this vision. And this is why this event is important. In this room, we have amazing people who have come from different states, come from different communities, active, making significant changes in their communities by way of ensuring that more households can have improved access to sanitation. So today is about Nigeria. It's about our vision, achieving ODF 2025. It's also about our SDGs, achieving our SDGs target. But most importantly, it's about showcasing the contributions of the private sector, in this case, small sanitation businesses. And that's why we'll say one big thing this morning, that it is possible to achieve our SDGs target. It is possible to make the progress we want. But again, it will require us working closely with the amazing people we have in this hall. And so to wrap this up, I would just say the TBO conference is designed to push this forward, to accelerate action, to make more demands, to say it is possible to create a future where every Nigerian, every family can have improved access to sanitation. But to achieve that, the TBOs in this hall will need more space. They will need more investment. And that's why we're asking everybody to support the TBOs. And let's create a Nigeria where everyone can have improved access to sanitation. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Great round of applause for him once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chukuma Nana. Great investment opportunities in the toilet sector, sanitation sector, so to say. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right. As we move on, we will be having our wonderful development partners to give us goodwill messages as we move on. All right. I think that is the next item on the program right now. I will have some quite list of development partners that will be giving us goodwill messages this morning. Just quickly name them, then we'll call them one after the other to come out and give us goodwill messages. We can summarize our messages. We'd like to just allocate 2 minutes to all our development partners that will be giving us messages, and other people as well. We have UNICEF, we have Federal Ministry of Environment, we have LIGSI, we have SMEDAN, Water Aid, United Purpose Population Services International. We have Duke UNICEF Innovation Accelerator Program. We're expecting that to come virtual. And we're also expecting USAID Nigeria to also give us goodwill message. Of course, we're also expecting that to come via virtual. All right. Before I call on our development partner and other persons to give us the goodwill message, we earlier announced that we will have, I beg your pardon, we have some of our wonderful personalities in the house, those that have been earmarked to join the permanent secretary on the high table. We announced the names earlier. Please, if you're in the house, we'd like you to quickly come up. Right. Let me especially welcome the coordinator, Sawash, Engineer Abdul Hamid Guaram. If you're in the house, please just give us a wave. Thank you. Thank you. You are welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite UNICEF Nigeria, Dr. Game Bivan, the Chief of WASH, to give us a goodwill message. Ma would like to. All right, you can do that there. All right, please go ahead.
Or should I? Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. It's fantastic to be here, and I hope that you will continue to be a bit more lively. And I'm sorry to have that we've, with all the protocol, kept you waiting for so long. But all protocols duly observed. Permanent Secretary, my sister, and all other dignitaries present. Thank you very much for coming. UNICEF is so excited to be supporting this event today. And a huge thank you to Chukwuma and Toilet Pride for really having the vision to see this through to an event that we hope will be a regular occurrence, and to building relationships and networks amongst toilet businesses so that we can really support the expansion of building toilets. You people are the answer to the national sanitation crisis. And remember, it's been declared a state of emergency. There are so few toilets in this country. 1 in 4 Nigerians don't have a toilet. That is a huge market. And there is a lot of money to be made, as I'm sure you're already realizing, and I'm sure that you'll realize that there is more money to be made by building toilets and supporting households to improve existing toilets to make them safer, cleaner, less smelly, pleasant places to be. I think it's the possibilities are amazing. So I really congratulate you all. Thank you for making the effort to be here. And I'm looking forward to a couple of days of really enthusiastic, infused, excited conversation, dialogue between you all. Use the breaks to really, get to know people from different states, learn what approaches they have used for challenges that you may have, and to end up going home with a full sense of enthusiasm, renewed vigor for the work that you're undertaking. Together, I think we need to expand this network so that it covers all the states in Nigeria, and we really have the potential to do that, I think, here. We have some great products, we have the great will, we have the technology, we have the know-how now. So it's just a question, to me, of scaling up and expanding all of that. So I wish you all the well in your deliberations for the next 2 days. And please, if there's any queries or questions or uncertainties, just ask somebody. There's no such thing as a stupid question. I wish you well for a great conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jembe Ivan, for that wonderful presentation. Right? Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Beavan. Please, let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, this morning for a wonderful speech. All right? I don't know if we have the representative of the Federal Ministry of Environment in the house right now. Oh, thank you, Mr. Collins. All right. I should be calling Mr. Collins right now, representing the Director, Environmental Sanitation, the Ministry of Federal Ministry of Environment. You are welcome, Mr. Collins. Please a round of applause for him as he gives his goodwill message.
MC, we don't have Director of Sanitation. What we have is Director of Pollution Control and Environmental Health. So sorry. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, the head of agencies, directors in the ministries, the Chief Wash, UNICEF, development partners, private sectors, and gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm standing on existing protocol, and I'm standing here on the capacity of my boss, Mrs. Rita Okia. She would have wished to be here this morning, but this invitation came to us very late, and she is also engaged in other important official engagement. And she graciously directed me to represent her here on this important occasion. So the Federal Ministry of Environment is very happy to be here on this very important occasion of first Toilet Business Owners Conference. And if we must achieve our goal of ending open defecation come 2025, it's good that we are having this conversation here, because we cannot achieve that without bringing every partners on board to discuss on a way forward. And we also want to congratulate the Federal Ministry of Water Resources for this initiative of bringing stakeholders together to discuss on this important event of toilet business, because it's a good business. And our own part from Federal Ministry of Environment, we have the mandate of ensuring that every Nigerian live in a sanitary and a healthy environment. And on one part, we have constructed toilets in several parts of the countries. And we also want to invite you all to support the ministry in commemorating this year's World Toilet Day come November 19th this year. And our doors are also open for further collaboration on this event of toilets. So on this note, we want to wish everybody here a fruitful and engaging conference. Thank you.
That's brilliantly delivered, isn't it? Please, let's give him another round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Okay, we appreciate you. All right, moving on, we'll have leaks, Mr. Sam Langot. If you're in the house, please come for your goodwill message. All right, while we're still waiting for Mr. Lindsay, we just move down to invite Mr. Lindsay. You're in the house. We've been calling you. You're welcome. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Your Excellency, the Permanent Secretary, Jim Bevan, and development partners, and the wonderful gentlemen and women in the house, and the gentlemen of the press. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm standing for Samuel Langa, the Africa leader. Unfortunately, because of the cancellation of the rescheduling of the event, so their flight from Kenya was not really smooth. So he'll be coming in this afternoon, and he'll be with us this afternoon and tomorrow. We're looking forward to having a great time here. And also a big thank you to the organizers, Toilet Pride, for setting this up. You know, the first time we're having the Toilet Business Owners Conference. And we're looking forward to have some really interactive sessions and develop way forward so that we can get that, attain that ODF status that we're looking for by 2025. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll move on now. Perhaps Medan in the house, Mr. Olawale Fasoya, the Director General. We'll have him in the house. Okay, while we're still expecting him, let's move down. We have the representative of Water Aid Nigeria, Mr. Ukeme Essien. Mr. Ukeme Essien is the head of strategy, program, effectiveness, and learning in the Water Aid Nigeria. Do we have him in the house? Okay. We're still expecting him. If we have united purpose, Joy Aderele in the house, could you just come for your goodwill message? The goodwill message really is aimed to reaffirm partners' commitment to advancing the rights of Nigerians to improve sanitation access through support for the grassroots sanitation entrepreneurs. While we wait for them, I would just like to quickly call on UNICEF Chief Watch again to do an opening presentation. If that is ready, we'd like to have her again. All right, ma'am. All right, Mr. DJ, we'd like to have a soft music presentation. Can you give us that? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate our patience waiting for the Chisholm to help us with the visual presentation. Meanwhile, welcome all our guests that are coming in. We appreciate your coming. Welcome. All our Ruwasa General Manager from the state, we welcome you all. Our General Manager from Bauchi, Kashina, Zamfara, Imo, Enugu, Benue, Kaduna, Jigawa, Ogun, Adamawa, and FCT Rowasa General Manager. We recognize you all. Thank you for coming for this wonderful program. And of course, let me especially recognize the coordinator of the Clean Nigeria Campaign Program, Mrs. Chizoma Okpara. Thank you so much for hosting us. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Waiting for the visual presentation. Please, as soon as it's ready, let us know, and we'll move on with this program. Are we ready? Now, we may not be able to display the video, but we're going to be hear the voice. Okay? All right? We're just going to listen to the voice of USAID Nigeria, Dr. Joachim Ezeji, Water Supply Advisor. All right? Dr. Joachim, are you ready?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to the opening day of this event. You know, we are on the same page with the organizers of this workshop, especially UNICEF, as far as the concerns of water sanitation and hygiene is concerned. You know, in 2022, Nigeria was designated as a high priority country under the new U.S. government global water strategy. Over the next 5 years of the strategy period, USAID will continue to work with the government of Nigeria and other stakeholders to strengthen sector governance and institutions, address key financial gaps, and increase access to area-wide sustainable water and sanitation services. During the next 5 years, USAID investment will increase access to basic or safely managed water services for 1.2 million people, provide basic or improve sanitation to 350,000 people, and mobilize roughly 50 million to the sector. USAID will work with the government of Nigeria, other development partners, and the private sector to leverage its resources for amplified impact. We thank you for coming together, for the entrepreneurs that work on the last mile. We call it the last mile because they build the toilets, the sanitation facilities for Africa's largest economy, the most populous country with a population of 211 million, with an annual growth rate of around 2.4%. We know the challenges we face in Nigeria, where over 114 million people lack access to basic sanitation services, and almost 50 million still practice defecation, many of them residing in rural areas. Unfortunately, story, when you look at it, you see that only Abuja has a pipe sewer network. The workability, most of the fecal sludge is largely untreated and goes directly into the environment. In a relatively highly urbanized country, it is worth noting that only 11% of the population have access to piped water, with majority of urban dwellers relying on private vendors, water vendors, and shallow private wells. So I look forward to the sessions. We look forward to the sessions on this event, and finally, we thank you all for gathering for sanitation and for the entrepreneurs that are working in this contest. I thank Toilet Pride for taking initiative thus far, and I remember how many times I have been here trying to get support.
All right. Okay.
So trying to support this. Thank you, and have a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Joachim Ezeji, Water Security Advisor. That was his beautiful voice. Thank you. All right. That's the only one we can take virtually this morning. We'll earlier invite the SMEDAN manager, Mr. Olawale Fasoya, is the Director General, actually. If you're in the house, please, you can still come for your goodwill message. Right? While we are still expecting him, we also invite Water Aid Nigeria, Mr. Ukeme Essien. Of course, we are told that he's the head of strategy, program effectiveness, and learning. If you're in the house, you can still come for your goodwill message. All right? We're still expecting him. Okay. We'll just move down quickly to the next item on the agenda. The next item on the agenda is opening presentation. Of course, it's an overview of the sanitation sector. The theme of this presentation is 3 years, 11 million toilets, who will provide the toilet Nigeria needs. To do this for us, I'd like to invite Dr. James Beaver for this presentation. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Beaver. All right. I wanted to invite
I think she's chosen to sit over there. It's absolutely fine as long as the screen can be seen. Good morning again, everybody. And apologies to those who arrived a little late and didn't have all the introductory messages. But I'm sure you'll have a chance to still catch up with all of the people who are here and to discuss. Now, I feel a little bit of an imposter giving this presentation because Mrs. Opara is in the room, and as you know, she is the lead on the Clean Nigeria campaign, and UNICEF does everything we can to support that campaign, as well as many other agencies, of course. And all of you are doing your bit to contribute and help to achieve the goals of the campaign as well. So this presentation is just a little overview for a memory refresh. I'm sure everybody knows all of the information here. But just to remind us all of the challenge that we face and the situation as it stands for the sanitation sector in Nigeria. So, we have the WASH norm, the data, the National Outcome Routine Mapping, which tells us quite accurately about the coverage in the country. And the last data was collected in 2021 and analyzed and presented in 2022. And that showed us that we still have 48 million people practicing. That's approximately a quarter of the estimated total population of the country. So that's 1 in 4 people that are without toilets. And of those, 18 million are estimated to be children. We know that 70% of schools do not have access to safe sanitation, and even higher, at 88%, is the healthcare facilities. Now that, to me, is alarming. And then similarly with markets, public places, motor parks, and so on, only 80%, only 20% have coverage, so 80% are without access. So the numbers are really high, the figures are quite stark, and I think that gives you an idea of the scale of the challenge we face. So as I mentioned, 48 million, approximately 1 in 4. Oh, it's gone back. I can go forward, but not back. Ah. Oh my goodness. This thing is out of control. That's the one I want. No, now you've gone ahead. Yeah, that's what I was doing. It's still going forward when I'm pressing back. Stay. Oh, sorry, guys. Anyway, I know what I want to say. 39% of schools lack toilets. Maybe I'll just have to jump to this slide since it won't go back. And you can see that, slightly alarmingly, this just is not working. We have the highest number in the world, 47 million estimated, the highest number in the world. I didn't even press anything then. Of all of the countries, stop moving. Okay. Can you go back one slide, please? Thank you. So what we wanted to mention here is just about the inequalities. So whilst we say 1 in 4 Nigerians, it's not 1 in 4 in Abuja. As we know, it's probably everybody, most people in Abuja have access to toilets. But please go back one. But the importance is that if you are poor and you live in a rural area, you are 48 times more likely to not have sanitation. So this is clearly very closely related with poverty, inequity, and all of the problems that that has. And we know that the poverty rate is so high in this country, over 50%, and as a result, there are a lot of people that cannot afford to build toilets, cannot afford many things. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned already, we have the slightly shameful highest tally in the world of open defecators. I was in Ethiopia, it's where I worked before, and we were quite horrified with 20 million, but here it's double that. So the numbers are huge. And even countries like India and Pakistan that have similar problems, they still don't have the numbers that we have in Nigeria. The numbers are absolutely huge, 47 million, and this is why we really have to do something about it. As we know, we have the SDG goal by 2030 that everybody should have universal access, everybody, and that's not so far away. Next slide, please. So we have been working, Clean Nigeria campaign has been working, and as we know, we now have 102 LGAs. However, if you think about the fact that we have over 700 LGAs, this is only just over 10% of the LGAs that we have at the moment are actually certified as open defecation free. So we have a long way to go. We do have fantastic news. Last year it was announced at the World Toilet Summit that Jigawa had managed to achieve 100% open defecation free. So fantastic work, Jigawa. And UNICEF is supporting Jigawa to go to that next level, what they're going to do post ODF sustainability to really maintain that. But there are other states bubbling under, and some of them are your states. For example, Katsina, Bauchi, we know there are going to be more open defecation free states. And this is exactly how it happened in India. I have to tell you, there were states that gradually declared, and then gradually they were able to join up the dots until all the states declared. And that's what we're hoping will happen here in Nigeria as well. But all of that takes a huge amount of work. And as we said, the numbers are very high. And the challenges are very high. There are some areas where toilets are very difficult to build. And when you're regularly flooded, of course, that's another issue. But despite all of that, we now have some fantastic progress, but we need to still accelerate. And you can see that there are 24 states. If your state isn't mentioned here, it's not all the names. It's like every other name, so don't be worried. But there are still 24 states that have not one single LGA ODF. And that includes FCT, which is quite a shock to those I just mentioned in Abuja. Most people have toilets, but we still haven't actually become open defecation free, and that's largely a problem of public toilets. So there's still a lot of open defecation in public places, which can be resolved quite simply, and that is being addressed. But that's just to give you an idea of the ranking. Next slide, please. And I don't want to dwell on this, but I hope that you all remember some of the reasons why we need toilets. Good health stems from having a hygienic lifestyle and a clean household. And if you don't, you're going to get diarrheal diseases, you're going to get cholera, you're going to get everything going. And this often we do see, particularly in poorer areas, particularly when there's heavy rains, when there's flooding, people are drinking from unsafe sources of water as well, that diseases can spread very easily and quickly. And I think 2 years ago, when there was that huge cholera outbreak, we had more than 3,000 people die, and the majority of those were children. And this is so preventable, yeah? We can prevent this with good hygiene, hand washing, and safe toilets. So one big aim, of course, of the sanitation program is to really reduce disease and unwellness. Think of all the days lost and the cost of going to all the health centers and everything. It's a huge economic loss, and that's mentioned here. It's estimated that about 1.3% of the GDP is in fact lost through diseases related to poor sanitation. It's quite a shocking amount of money. So it's a hugely fantastic investment of sanitation in the health of the nation. But also every household, you know, if you invest in a toilet, you're investing in the health of your entire family. Again, also there are knock-on effects such as the nutrition. If children have repeat bouts of diarrhea as very young, they don't grow as well as they should because their bodies are just reacting to the disease, and they become stunted, which means not only physically short, but also cognitively stunted. It means they're not going to achieve as much as they may have done had they not had repeated bouts of diarrhea. So that is really harming the children and the leaders of the future. And again, the education outcomes are affected. If girls particularly can't access safe and clean toilets at school, they're less likely to attend. And we have data to back that up, that particularly after they begin their periods, girls often drop off at school and don't achieve as much as the boys because of a lack of sanitation. So you see many different areas are affected. Next slide, please. So I don't need to read this, but you can see that it's absolutely true that investing in sanitation, it affects every walk of life, the environment, your health, your nutrition, and it helps to eradicate poverty as well, because then we all have the same start in life. Next slide, please. So here's just a summary of all of the government commitments. As I mentioned earlier, in 2018, a state of emergency was declared around WASH in this country. And as far as I understand, that's still standing. So we're still in a state of emergency for the WASH situation in the country. And there is a national action plan, and of course the Clean Nigeria campaign, which has annual goals to commit to how many LGAs they hope to get ODF, but also many other areas like communication and so on, about how to reach ODF Nigeria. The actual goal of the Clean Nigeria campaign is 2025. We're now in 2023, so how many years away is that? 2 years, it's a bit scary, huh? And then the SDG goal, universal access, that's 2030. So how many years away is that? It's really not very far, huh? So we have a lot of work to do to get ahead. And if you look at this track of the current progress, you can see that at the rate that we're going at the moment, we're not going to achieve this universal access until 2059. Now that rate has improved. It was something like 2070 before, because of all the work of the Clean Nigeria campaign and its friends. But you can see we still have a long way to go. And this curve needs to get much steeper if we're really going to achieve ODF by 2030. So there's some math here that if we're really going to achieve it by 2025, we need to do 224 LGAs a year. I think that's a pretty staggering figure. But I do also believe that we're going to get to a stage where things snowball. When we get state after state, like dominoes, all declaring ODF, it's going to happen. This is what happened in India. It went very quickly once it got the momentum. But I still think we're at isolated islands of excellence at the moment in the sanitation sector in this country, and we need to really work to strengthen those and build more islands until they all merge together into one big fantastic experience of good coverage. So 11 million toilets are needed for ODF Nigeria. That's 11.5 million household toilets, and also all the toilets in schools, hospitals, public places. And so it's estimated that approximately 3.85 million toilets. Let me ask average TBO how many toilets they produce in a year. Can someone say how many they produced in 2022? How many? 235. That's fantastic. Let's applaud that. 235 in 1 year. But that's a little drop in the 3.8 million, yeah? So if everybody did that, and if there were 100 of you, we might have a chance of doing this. So you see the scale of the challenge. That's really what I wanted to point out. It is enormous. We have so many numbers to achieve. Next one, please. So just to say that the funding for this, of course, mostly will come from households. But as I've already said, there are many households that cannot afford. So we do have a challenge here about how to address access to sanitation. When you really can't afford even to feed and clothe your children, send them to school, how can you afford a toilet unless you get some support? If it's seen as a government priority, then the government maybe has to support in some way. I'm not suggesting that we're handing out cash for this, but I think there are smart ways to subsidize and encourage sanitation coverage. And these are things that we all need to explore. And I know that in Bauchi, for example, we're trialing loans. There are other ways of encouraging if people can build half of it and then the businesses build a small part of it, people can help to afford toilets. But with 63% of Nigerians living below the poverty line, there is a huge challenge. But we still need to continue to create demand because I think there are some people who don't realize they need a toilet, and that is part of your job as well. It's not just creating the toilets, but it's creating the demand that people really want to have one of your toilets, that it's a really desirable thing to have and life would be much better with a toilet. So, so that is part of your job description as well. In summary, Nigeria cannot continue business as usual or we're going to miss the targets. We need to strengthen and scale up all of the strategies that we have. We need to multiply our efforts, and we're really looking to you and counting on you to bring this to the fore. And I really hope that this conference is the beginning of a fantastic national discussion to take that goal and to really begin to realize it. Oh, I thought I'd finished. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So just to say that everybody is involved, everybody has a role. We need to get the private sector involved. We need to get civil society, religious leaders, development partners, everybody. Open defecation-free Nigeria is everyone's business. And the private sector, there you go. The private sector, probably the most important, not only yourselves, but also the private sector in terms of donation and funding as part of their corporate social responsibility. So I would urge you all to encourage private sector partners wherever to invest. We can develop business cases. It's very clear. 48 million households need toilets. That's a lot of investment needed and a lot of potential return. So I hope I've given you some food for thought and some discussion. I'll be here all day and very happy to have a chat with anybody if there's any questions about anything I've said this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jane Bivan. Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Now, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that the presentation by Dr. Jane Beavers, the Chief Watch, UNICEF Chief Watch, has indeed exposed all our participating delegates and other participants to the current progress in accelerating sanitation coverage in our country, Nigeria. Going forwards, we all need to scale up every available strategies needed in the sanitation sector. I'd like us to give Dr. Beaver another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, this morning. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you all. Earlier, we called on SMEDAN, the Director General of SMEDAN, Dr. Olawale Fasoya, for goodwill message. Do we have him now in the house? All right. He's still on his way coming. We also invited to other aid Nigeria, Mr. Ukeme Essien, who is the head of strategy, program effectiveness, and learning. Do we have him in the house? Okay. Right. We also call on United Purpose, Miss Joy Aderele, for a welcome, for a goodwill message. All right. She's also not in the house. If we have Population Services International, Dr. Fatima Bunza, would like to invite you for your goodwill message. Right? I can see some of our delegates still coming in. We recognize you most sincerely. You're very important to us. Welcome. Now we'll move on to the next item on the program. At this stage, I'd like to call on our dance, right? Dance drama presentation. That's what we'll have now. We'll have dance drama presentation by cultural troupe, Mafoya Theatre. Mafoya Theatre is all about media and advocacy for youth advancement initiative. If they are ready for us, this is the time for them to showcase. what they can do, what they know how to do best. Do we have them in the house? Can somebody just beckon on them to start coming right now? Thank you. Please tell them we're expecting them. Are they coming? Okay. Please let them come quickly. This stage is quite okay for them. So if they are available, let them come here now. They dance here. Can someone help us to tell them that we are waiting? Yeah, we'll have the Mafoya. Please, you have the stage here. Would this be enough for you to dance? Want you to dance very well. Okay. All right, you can move your band here if you think. Please, move your band here so that our dancer can be here. So that I have my permanent secretary and other very distinguished delegates here to watch what you know how to do. Please, you have 5 minutes to do your performance. 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big, big, big round of applause. Thank you. That was Mafoya Theater. They are for media and advocacy for youth advancement initiative. We can give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We appreciate it so much. Thank you, Mafoya. Thank you. Thank you. All right, moving on. Okay. The next item on the program is a special keynote address. And ladies and gentlemen, to do this for us this morning is a personality that I have very, very deep respect for. Why? A personality that's so prudent with administrative matters. She is indeed a consummate administrator. Ladies and gentlemen, she's one personality that was regarded in the Water family as the Amazon of the Water family. I'd like you to put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite our articulate, a dynamic, and of course, a very charming permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Mrs. D.D. Esther Watson-Jack, MCIPM, OON, MNI. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
The representative of the Federal Ministry of Environment, the UNICEF Chief of WASH, my very dear sister, Dr. Jane Bevan, directors of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources here present, representatives of different NGOs here present, and I'd like to specially recognize Toilet Pride, Ruwasa general managers from different states of Nigeria, the press, participants at this very first Toilet Business Owners Conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by saying that I congratulate each and everyone in this room for creating history. You are a part of history for being in attendance at this inaugural Toilet Business Owners Conference. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Now, I know that toilet business is good business. Am I correct? I guess I'm speaking to the right audience. But we know that it is more than being good business. It is key to Nigeria's development. And of course, Jane, I'd like to thank you for that very enlightening and insightful presentation that has shown us where Nigeria is in this very key area of personal and public sanitation. So I welcome you all, and I think that going forward, we should see ourselves as creating history, as I earlier said. It is my pleasure to address this distinguished audience on this memorable occasion of the first Toilet Business Owners Conference in Nigeria, jointly organized by the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, UNICEF, and the Toilet Pride Initiative. I wish to use this opportunity to especially welcome those attending this conference from outside the shores of Nigeria, and to welcome you to Nigeria's beautiful and serene capital, Abuja. Please permit me to also congratulate all toilet business owners and commend the organizers for putting this conference together. This one-day conference is a fallout of the 2022 World Toilet Summit, which held in Abuja late last year, that brought together global stakeholders to discuss and agree on modalities for ameliorating toilet infrastructure, with the ultimate objective of improving access, using this as the gateway to improve sanitation and hygiene. This conference has been convened to create a platform for you, the owners of micro, medium, and small businesses in sanitation across states, to discuss, brainstorm, and share best practices on how to deliver improved sanitation facilities in Nigeria, consistent with its obligations under the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. I also would like to, at this point, task participants to also answer the questions that were thrown up by Jane Bevan's presentation. And the question is, how do we accelerate the provision of toilet infrastructure so that we can reach our 2025 goal? The Sustainable Development Goal 6 for water and sanitation specifically seeks to achieve by 2030 access to adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene for all, as well as end open defecation, paying special attention to the needs of women and girls and those in vulnerable situations. In order to achieve this goal, it is imperative to integrate the components of other goals such as health, education, productivity, gender equality, amongst others, for a holistic approach. While Nigeria finds itself in the unenviable position of being ranked among the top countries with a preponderance of its population still practicing open defecation, the government has over the years demonstrated its commitment to reversing this reprehensive sanitation challenge through the investment of substantial resources in order to improve access to sustainable sanitation services to all Nigerians. Other efforts are evident in some initiatives, such as the Presidential Declaration of the state of emergency in the water, sanitation, and hygiene sector, the development and implementation of the partnership of the National Action Plan to revitalize the sector, the implementation of the Partnership for Expanded WASH program, the launch and rollout of the Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet campaign to end open defecation. Also, we have the institutionalization of the WASH Norm National Outcome Routine Mapping WASH Norm Survey to monitor progress on the achievement of the SDG 6.1 and 6.2 targets as another key effort in this regard. It is therefore expected that this annual TBOS conference will provide a platform for all those involved in the sector, particularly those at the operational levels of sanitation services, such as policymakers, regulators, and operators, together to interrogate the underlying issues, focus public consciousness on these issues, as well as share experiences and exchange ideas on how private sanitation enterprises can contribute towards scaling up service delivery in Nigeria. It is hoped also that this conference will generate new ideas, spur innovations and strategies to address the challenges of micro, small, and medium enterprises in this sector so that they can be used to foster economic growth and development in Nigeria. This conference with the theme Providing the Toilets Nigeria Needs to End Open Defecation, the Role of TBOS, is apt, considering the country's current economic realities, marked by dwindling government resources, which has made it imperative for private sector involvement. In order to achieve the desired economic growth, a thriving SME subsector is not only critical for putting the country on a robust growth trajectory and improved sanitation performances, but also essential in realizing the much desired inclusive growth and development of the country. Permit me to say at this juncture that the Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet campaign, which is aimed at mobilizing the entire country to end open defecation, is progressively gaining traction, but we can see that we still have a very long way to go. And accelerating access to sanitation services in the country with a statewide ODF achievement and a total of 102 local government area-wide ODF recorded. It is our expectation that toilet business owners will complement the efforts of government by helping to fill the gaps in the provision of public toilets that will contribute to the realization of the objective of ending open defecation in Nigeria. This will not only contribute significantly to the economy, but also serve as an impetus for economic diversification. The timing of this conference is significant, coming a few days after the world celebrated the MSME Day on the 27th of June 2023, an event dedicated to acknowledging the crucial role of MSMEs in achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is particularly noteworthy in Nigeria, where the SMEs have contributed approximately 48% to the national GDP over the last 5 years, as reported by the National Bureau of Statistics. Moreover, the SMEs in Nigeria accounted for 96% of all businesses in the country and employed 57.7 million people, representing 84.02% of the workforce in 2016. I am therefore confident that with this level of SME participation in the economy, this conference will equip participants with a better appreciation of the potentials of these enterprises for the sanitation sector and see how this can be actualized for our collective benefit. As I conclude, I wish to enjoin all participants to maximize the opportunity provided by this conference to engage in constructive discussions that will culminate in recommendations that will contribute to the realization of its objectives. I therefore wish to encourage you to be guided by the policies of government targeted at ending open defecation by 2025. I'm happy to see that the Clean Nigerian campaign has a booth, and I'm sure that you will find time to visit that booth to see what they are doing and to see how you can key in to achieve the goal. Nigeria is ready for business, and the market is expansive for quicker and bigger returns on investment, as long as we are prepared to think outside the box. The government looks forward to the outcome of this conference, premised on the expectation that they would reinforce other existing initiatives in achieving the national and global goals for the water, sanitation, and hygiene subsectors through a fruitful partnership with the private sector. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to officially declare open the very first toilet business owners conference in Nigeria. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mao. We so much appreciate you immensely for that wonderful, very brilliant delivered speech. Shall we give the permanent secretary another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? She has done very well this morning for us. Oh yes, thank you, Mao. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Shortly after now, we shall be ending this section. We have a tea break, and we have got group photograph. And so, our very important personality in the house will be having group photograph with the permanent secretary. Then after which, we will go for tea break, which of course will end this section. Then when we come back after the tea break, we'll move to this section 2, which is the plenary discussion. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on our very special personality in the house participating. All our general managers, Ruwasa, if you're in the house, very free to come out and take pictures with our permanent secretary. We have Dr. Bivan Jane. Photographers, where is the best place to take this picture this morning? All right. Okay. Okay, ma'am. And so, please, first, the directors of the ministry, who have them, please come out to join the permanent secretary on the high table to take the picture. The Rwasa general manager, you're in the house, please. Others can just file at the back. Right, please, stand at the back. The permanent secretary for a photo group photograph this morning. Quickly. You can take it, photographer. Right. Was that other coming? Please hold on. We have other people coming. You know what? I can go to the other side. Space out so that you can capture it. Space out. Photographer, can you capture all of them? Are you seeing them? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sincerely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Permanent secretary, we can go for our tea break. And by this, we have come to the end of this section. Please allow the permanent secretary and the high table to take their tea, and after which we will follow. Alright. The CIC can leave the permanent secretary to take a tea and other high table officials, and after which we will follow. I want to thank you most sincerely for this section. It has been a very fulfilling one. orderly as we take our tea. I'm sure the permanent secretary is finished. So please, the tea just let's be orderly as we do that. Table by table will be okay because every one of us cannot file out at the same time. And so please, let's just be orderly about it. Thank you. Please. All right, we will have all our photographers in the house. Please take your camera. We have some group of persons that the permanently want to take pictures with. Please, you can just go outside and meet her now. All our photographers in the house, you are expected to be there to capture the event. Please meet them outside. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for this cooperation. All right, I'm just being informed that we have 30 minutes to take our tea. Then after which, we'll return back for the conference proper. Please do not waste time as you take your tea and you are not expected to go. Take your tea and come back for the conference proper. Thank you so much. Can I? Okay, thank you. All the TBOs in the house, the permanent secretary is waiting outside to take pictures with you. So if you are still in the house, TBOs, please join them. Join them. Participating delegates, you can also join them. The permanent secretary is outside taking pictures. Please, all our development partners, you're in the house, join them out there. Of course, our general managers as well, if you're in the house, join them. If you haven't taking picture with the permanent secretary, please join them out there. Thank you so much. All our participating delegates, you're expected to take picture with the permanent secretary. She's out there waiting for you all. Thank you so much. After which, you could come back for your tea. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Once again, you are welcome to this great event. In a few minutes' time, we'll be running up our tea break section, and then we're going to commence the event, the second section again. So please, let's do it in the next 3 to 5 minutes, so that those of us who have not taken our tea, we can quickly do that. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, we'll be coming in with a goodwill message from WaterAid Nigeria immediately after our tea break. And then the dance group should get ready to present their drama for this section. My name is Wale Leko Lucy. Thank you very much.
Check 1 2. My check 1 2. Check 1 2.
I think they might have. I need to ask. Just trying to invite Mr. Wale. Okay. Mr. Wale.
Hello. We're still enjoying our tea, all right? We can just be snappy with it so that we continue. We actually have 30 minutes to take our tea, and I'm very sure that it's pretty 30 minutes and above now. So please, let's just quickly round off. To continue with this section, I'd just like to introduce my colleague, Mr. Wale Igwisi. Is the national coordinator of Watch Media. Mr. Wale will continue from here. Mr. Wale, you're very much welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wale. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please, if you are not with your tick, please can we give the MC a round of applause, please? Thank you very much, sir. Well done, sir. Thank you so much. So in a few minutes' time, we'll be coming back to our seat so that we can go ahead with this program. So please, if you're still with the tip, please let's make it snappy, and then we proceed. Thank you. All right. So thank you very much. So taking us further, we need to move ahead in this program. This is the first Toilet Business Owners Conference, and we want to use this avenue to appreciate the toilet culture and the rest of the people that have made this event a very good one, particularly the the UNICEF themselves, who has played major role to make sure that this event it's a successful one. I also want to recognize Sato Africa for their contribution and the Clean Nigerian Foundation. Thank you so much for all your efforts. Going further, I would like to call on the WaterAid Nigeria, the country director, who is ably represented by Mr. Solomon Akpanofort, the state team lead, WaterAid Nigeria. Will be coming here to give their goodwill message for us to move on in this event. We want to use this medium to apologize for the non-recognition at the initial stage. Thank you. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes forward?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm here representing Ms. Evelyn Mere, the country director of WaterAid Nigeria. She's here in spirit, but physically she's out of the country and has asked that I convey her warm regards and appreciation to everyone here present. I will be reading her goodwill message, and I want to assure all of us that WaterAid is very much in support of what is going on here today and the actions that will be coming after this two-day very important event. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Mrs. Didi Walson-Jack, the Chief of WASH, UNICEF Nigeria, Dr. Jane Baven, Head of government ministries, departments, and agencies, team lead of Toilet Pride Initiative, Mr. Chukuma Nana, toilet business owners, development partners, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. WaterAid Nigeria is very pleased to be part of the maiden edition of the National Toilet Business Owners Conference, taking place today with the support of the partners, especially UNICEF. The theme of the conference, providing the toilets Nigeria needs to end open defecation, is apt, as the role of TBOS is crucial in reaching the national vision of ending open defecation in Nigeria by 2025, and in meeting the 2030 Sustainable Development Goal on universal access to adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene for all. Ending open defecation is at the core of our work as WaterAid, and we are committed to working with critical stakeholders like toilet business owners and the organizers of this event to ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to decent toilets. The 2021 Water, Sanitation and Hygiene National Outcome Routine Mapping WASHNOM survey reveals that 113 million Nigerians lack access to basic sanitation services, and 48 million people still practice open defecation. As the 2030 deadline draws close to achieving SDG 6, we must interrogate our progress, challenge our thinking, and scale up actions to close the gaps in access to sanitation. Households and institutions must be triggered to own and make use of decent toilets, and the role of the private sector in this quest cannot be overemphasized. We commend the contributions of the private sanitation enterprise in scaling up sanitation service delivery, and urge that as we work to trigger the demand for toilets by households and institutions, the supply side must be prepared to meet these demands. And that is the very key reason why we are here today. The conference is timely as the knowledge sharing and action plan to increase private sector participation in achieving SDG 6 targets for sanitation and hygiene in Nigeria is of utmost importance. With the quality of participants selected for this conference, I am confident that within the next 2 days, through robust conversations, everyone in this room will have a better understanding of how to approach the toilet business in Nigeria. The nation's sanitation sector has to change, and all hands must be on deck to remedy it from its present precarious situation. I wish everyone a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Solomon Akpunufo. Please, can we give him a round of applause one more time? Let's do it very well. Let's do it very well. Yes, thank you very much, WaterAid, for your work all over Nigeria, your effort in the area of water sanitation and hygiene. Quickly, before we go to the next session, our drama group, our dance group would like to present their special drama, which they have prepared for this event, so that from the drama you can have a good understanding, better understanding of what we are doing here this morning. So let me welcome again to the podium the Mayowa Theatre Group, all the way from Abuja. Please, can we clap for them very well? Thank you. Hello, two. Two.
Open defecation. It means to the shit for
Oh, Madam Common Sense. And where did come from that nurse with
Doctor, please come and explain to them.
You see, my name is Dr. Wilson. Thank you. I work for an international NGO. We are here to create awareness for cholera. But there is a problem. You see, open defecation has caused a lot of diseases in our community. You see, when you defecate openly, I mean, when you go to shit, yes, the way you put it, and when it rains, the water will wash everything into the same river that you used to drink, the same river you wash your clothes inside, the same river you use in cooking your food. Zobo, Kunu, Rukutu, you see, open defecation causes waterborne diseases like cholera, diarrhea, and so many other diseases. See, open defecation also causes vector-borne diseases. I mean diseases carried by insects. When you go to do down your shit in the bush, yes, it will attract so many flies. These same flies will perch in your food. The same food we eat. You know, a lot of people put some food into their stomach without knowing what they are ingesting into their stomach. And these diseases are cholera, and the most of it all, the most popular one that we all understand, malaria. Now go for this open defecation.
Oga, now shit for bush, don't give her any better name.
Shit or whatever you call it, also causes air pollution. You know, do you remember the last time you passes through the bush? I mean, the slum area in your state, that you perceive some thick smell that comes out of. Let me tell you, that Smoke causes lung cancer and other diseases.
Doctor, now wow!
We tire!
Apart from all these things that the doctor has explained, you see, open defecation also causes sexual gender violence.
Which one is that again?
Rape.
How is concern now?
Madam, common sense. Oga doctor, na truth na talk. Ma tell una my people. Yesterday night, my sister won't go shit for bush. Na so some boys come catch her. You see, open defecation. When there are no toilets in a community, it also causes lack of attendance of children in school. Tell me, how can our girl child manage herself while menstruating when there are no toilets in school?
Madam, come on, sir. I know your problem. Don't worry. I will build maternity for all the women. Don't mind us. What about the state ministers? Why am I the only one you only speak upon?
Honorable, you see, for the first time, I agree. Yes! Honorable is right. Honorable is very right. Yes! How about the international NGOs? How about the private sector? Why can't they invest in provision of good toilets? Why can't they produce toilets that
Me and my wife and my pikin, we never talk yesterday. You tell me make I go build toilet.
Think you know the year about this thing? You know the year about this thing? Oga on my leg. And you know say if you go push push, he go enter wind. Enter water. Then go sink. Enter that too now.
Wetin make I come down go shit for body?
As you dey go for road, ask person wey get toilet for him house. Make am make you. Please, on my leg, she be sent o. Oga, she be sent. She be sent o.
Defecation is not good. You see, the World Health Organization but we have been providing preventive measures in child mortality and every other thing.
We need toilet. I am going to talk to them. Talk to them. You see, you people have been providing other health interventions. We know, but you people need to invest in toilets. Yes. Private sector, small and large scale manufacturers, international NGOs. You people should invest in producing toilets.
If we get toilets,
If we get toilets, if we get toilets for school, our children go go to school. So invest in the provision of cheap toilets today.
Can we give them a round of applause? They've really given us a very good message. The message is for all, from bottom to top. So please take note of that. Can we give them a round of applause one more time? Thank you very much, the theater group. Thank you so much. Now, quickly, we want to go fully into the section that is very technical and which we can all learn from. So conducting this section is my own very well oga, very good man, and a man in watch sector who's been there for long. Please join me as I welcome Mr. Nampet Chuktu. Can we clap for him as he comes? Keep clapping. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Wale. Hello. Please allow me sit down. Like he said, this is not going to be too technical. We're here to discuss. I will have a team of panelists. Excuse me. I would invite a few guests to come join me at the table. I will introduce them. But the objective of this session is to open up for discussion and break down some of the Dogon Turenchi. Okay. But to set the tone, following what Dr. Jane Bevan did, Chisom Adimora will set the tone for this session. Then I will lead with questions and answers. So I'll pass over to Chisom. Okay, she's trying to set up. Okay, so before Chisom comes, let me invite our guests for this session. Let me introduce them. Our first guest is the Director General for Kaduna State Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency, in the person of Labaran Shehu Mubarak. A round of applause for him. He's leading Kaduna State Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency and the government initiative, have a sit down, sir, towards improve water supply and sanitation in the state. Second guest, who would be with us on this panel, is the National Coordinator for Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet Campaign, Secretariat, Mrs. Chizoma Opara. Welcome her. Thank you. And our third panelist for our session here is Timi Kiakubu. He's a WASH program specialist with UNICEF. Timi, welcome. Please clap for them, clap for them. Okay, so we will be the panelists, but Chisom would set the tune. Over to you.
Okay, so while they're still trying to open up the presentation, I just wanted to say good afternoon, delegates, entrepreneurs, and welcome to this next session on private sector engagement in sanitation. So I'll be here. We want to use the opportunity to just give you the or at least let you know how the TBOS, how the pit emptiers, our local sanitation entrepreneurs can engage in and invest in sanitation. So my wish or my hope is by the end of this session that we should all be able to understand why you should continue to invest in sanitation, why you should scale up your investments in sanitation, and how you can engage in the sector. Sorry, let me just check something. Is everything okay? Is it on? The presentation is not on. Okay, so yes, we can move ahead. So yes, so why the private sector? Here, the private sector is very vast, but with concerning all of you that are here, we are going to just limit it to the micro, the small, and the medium enterprises. So here, I just want to just give you the overview of what the potential is for you yourselves, what the potential is and the impact you have on Nigeria and the economy. I just wanted to show you that this private sector, they have a huge potential that we have not even started trying to actualize. They are still nascent, it's still budding. We have not fully utilized your potential to actually help Nigeria to overcome a lot of its issues, a lot of its social issues. So here, I'm just trying to say that the evidence is clear. I put some figures, some facts and figures that I got from National Bureau of Statistics, and our permanent secretary here in our speech, you also mentioned some of these figures here. You know that 96% of Nigeria businesses are made up of micro, small, and medium enterprises, and up to 39. Oh, sorry. Next slide. Can you help her? And up to 39,000 of these businesses are classified as WASH. So there was a survey that was taken by was done by the NBS in 2021, and this was for the MSMEs. I'm going to use the word MSMEs now, or the acronym MSMEs. And they found out that 96% of Nigeria businesses are MSMEs, and among these 39 million MSMEs, it was about 39,000 of them mentioned that they are under the WASH sector. So the WASH sector has a huge potential. They have the need to harness this potential in favor of achieving the national good, in achieving the national good of ending open defecation. And then I just want to mention that the national GDP, how much Nigeria is making every single year, about half of it is what we contribute to it, what the MSMEs contribute to it. And then you also contribute jobs, and then 77% of the national workforce are also made up of these MSMEs. So I just want to mention that this PS, it brings a wide spectrum of advantages to our sector, to the public sector: innovation, efficiency, it brings resources. You guys are bringing the financial and human resources, the trust, the confidence of the sector. And I also want to mention that the local resources as well. Let's go down to local level. We need these local resources to be able to achieve open defecation in this country. So now I'm going to show you how you can engage in the sanitation sector. There are so many ways that you can engage in the sanitation sector. I've been able to list them out. All of these ways is private sector in general, but this also applies to you. We can engage through sanitation marketing, your social responsibility, if you want to achieve the social good. If you just want to make sure that people don't suffer or are dying of cholera, this is your corporate social responsibility. It's your responsibility to do that too, as a Nigerian. communicate. You can engage in communications, infrastructure, financing, management for sustainability and innovations. I'm just going to give you one example each for each of these ways that you MSMEs can contribute to our sanitation sector. We have already gone through past presentations where you saw how bad it is in our sector. You saw that people are dying, children are dying every day. This is the rainy season. We're going to get a lot of, sorry, I'm not wishing, but there might be a lot of cholera cases again just because of this lack of sanitation facilities. A lot of people are dying because of this. It affects education, poverty. You'll be using your money to start a business. The families are using their money to heal the sick. And the children are not going to school because they are sick. So these are all the issues that come with sanitation. So this is just how you can engage in this sector and still make your money, because I know all of you as entrepreneurs, your main objective is to make money. I'll still show you that you can also achieve a social good and still achieve your economic or financial objectives. So I'm just going to give you one example. Each our panelists here might expand on all of these examples, but I'm just going to breeze through it quickly, please. So for just to give you an example, how can you engage in the sanitation sector? For all the ways I mentioned, there are about 9 of them. This is just an example of each one. Sanitation infrastructure, you're already doing this. To support in building public toilets as a business investment. This is how you can do it. We are not saying you should even give us public toilets for free. Build it and manage it and make your money. Managing it means also collecting user fees and all of that. So this is part of it. Your work or your contribution to the sanitation sector, to the wash sector, is to build the public toilets and also support households in building their toilets, although this is not written here. Sanitation financing. Our partners are not here. I wanted to also mention, I don't know if any MFIs are here, but I wanted to mention that how you can engage in our sector. You don't think that it's only to give, but you can also collect in terms of building, in terms of access to loans. You might not have enough money to build your businesses or to develop your businesses, but we have, this is how you can engage in our sector, in this wash sector. Government, the MFIs, the banks, the attachés, they provide loans to households and TBOs to construct toilets and for business development, So this is how the TBOs can also engage in the wash sector. Sanitation marketing, this is also part of your sector. How you can engage here is to strengthen supply chains, to build, repair and upgrade toilets and sell sanitary wares. This is how you can engage in the wash sector. And the next 3 ways I mentioned here, innovations in some of the areas where you work in. I'm sure, I thought the exhibition stands would have been set up by now, but I'm sure that you manufacture cost-effective or low sanitary fittings. An example is even these sato wares, which you would see in one of the sections. But these are some of the innovations. This is how you can contribute to the sector. You create all of these innovations. You first of all see the challenges that these communities are facing, and see how you can use the local materials to create innovations that can help address these challenges. Also, I put slot treatment here because I know that there are some new innovations which we haven't explored in some of these states. I'm hoping in the next section we'll be able to explore some of these innovations too. Capacity building. This is also another way you can also gain from the wash sector. We have Smedan Roofing, other agencies that train TBOs and masons to manage their small businesses. If you feel there is money in sanitation, so we are just saying here, if you desire to go into the sector and you want to also contribute to our social good, you want to contribute to your financial investments as well, this is another way you can get support from Smedan. They are not here right now. They were supposed to be here, but they're not here. And Roofing to also build your businesses, to also develop your businesses. And TBOs, this is what you've probably been doing without even anybody telling you. I'm sure you support households in their capacity in being able to use and manage the facilities that you provide for them. And then another way is management for sustainability and public-private partnerships. I also mentioned this in the beginning with infrastructure. You provide the toilets, the public toilets, but you work with the government or other public agencies. It can even be development partners. You work with them. They provide the toilets and you manage. You make your money from managing these toilets. This is another investment opportunity or another way to engage in the sanitation sector. And the last trio is advocacy. Advocacy. I know you'll be wondering, how can as TBOs, how can we advocate in this sector? That is why all of us, we are here. I don't know if Toilet Pride is here, but I know at the end of day 2, he would introduce this TBO network that we are trying to initiate across the country, at the state level, of course. This TBO network is supposed to be able to oh, sorry. I was moving here. Can you move? No, go back. Back. Yes, so advocacy for decision makers, sorry. So the TBO network is meant to support this advocacy to the government. This TBO network that we are supposed to initiate at the state level will be able to mediate to state authorities to facilitate the establishment of the suitable environment you need. This enabling environment can be policies, it can be taxes, maybe policies on taxes that you need. But as a network, I'm just trying to lobby for them, but they will do that on day 2. So I'm not going to go too deep into this network. But working in groups is better than working individually, especially when you want to advocate your rights to the government. So I'm saying that this is a possible way to also engage in the sanitation sector. You can even inform government of the issues that are on ground, which they are not aware of, and facilitate the introduction of new businesses. For your social responsibility, I'm just trying to say here that as businesses, even if you feel you're not I would say a large business, you're classified as an MSME, you still have a corporate social responsibility. And I just gave a few examples of how you can do this, how you can still give back to the community. You can build public toilets, of course. It's still going to give you money, but by building that public toilet, you're also addressing the sanitation issues in your community. You're meeting the needs of the community at large. So this is a way you can do that. You can contribute to the sanitation promotion activities that the government carries out in your community. And also you can help channel this. There's something called revolving funds, which I don't think it's now, maybe day 2. We are going to go through this financing for households and for TBOs. You can help facilitate these strategies in your community. And the last one is, yes, communication for behavioral change. Another way you can invest in sanitation is in your marketing strategies. I don't know if we all have a detailed marketing strategy for our TBOs, but in your marketing strategy, if a household doesn't know why they need to build a toilet, they will not buy a toilet from you. So I'm sure marketing strategies is part of your annual plans. You need to actually have this to see how you can get households to make sure that they understand why they need to get these toilets and they get it from you. So within this, you can add messaging on sanitation and hygiene promotion, social mobilization. You can add it into it or work with the government to be able to do all of these demand creation activities. So this is how you can also contribute. And also for MSMEs that I won't say own, but at least that have influence or that have connections to media, you can use these media platforms to propagate sanitation and promotion demand. So investment case. So now I want to now say, why should you invest in sanitation? You're already here because you're already a toilet business owner. But I'm sure, I don't know, some people have already recorded a lot of sales during the year. Some people already have multiple businesses. I'm sure you came here because maybe one or more of your business it's in the sanitation sector. But I just want to tell you that there's a huge potential and there's a promising market for toilets and sanitation. There are so many people that don't have sanitation facilities. The last presentation, there were 48 million people that don't have any toilets at all, any form of toilets. And there's an additional that gets up to 90 million that need to have their toilets improved. So you can imagine the kind amount of money that can be made in this country if you invest in sanitation. And then I also put some figures for, oh, can you go to the next? Sorry, I keep looking at my laptop, but it's not reflecting there. Sorry. So I was mentioning that up to 90 million people need improved sanitation. So this is inclusive of the 48 million that don't have any toilet at all, plus the additional that needs to get up to 90 million. And then I put some figures for fecal sludge management, because sanitation doesn't end only in the household. It also, you need to know how to evacuate, treat, and even the transportation and everything needs to, the whole sanitation chain needs to be considered as a toilet business owner. So I put some figures to show you that these are the national figures. After a survey that we did, this 60% of households have their latrines that have never been emptied. It might be full right now, so they need these services. There's money there. So you need, in your communities here, you need to identify these households that need these services. And then 45% of sanitation facilities in Nigeria are emptyable using non-mechanized means. So this might be located in rural areas. And as our local MSMEs, this concerns you a lot. You should know that there's business here. And also, there's household demand and willingness to pay. I don't know if you're having issues here. Maybe in the next section after this, we'll be able to get all the issues you're having, especially regarding willingness to pay and demand from households, because this is important for our TBOs. But it is there. These are some of the research that UNICEF has carried out. And for 2021, you can see how much households paid for sanitation facilities. I don't know if the money got to you, but just know that this is circulating in the system. Also, I just wanted to tell you that the government is behind you. The ODF roadmap, National ODF campaign, the government is behind everything that you're doing. They are in the process of devising at least the right enabling environment that can support your businesses, but the government is behind you. And there's access to resources, both formal and informal. The TBO network is supposed to stand as one of these resources. If you have a TBO network in your state, you're supposed to be able to easily access some of these resources. But Smidan, Roofing, we have the Ministry of Agriculture. There are some other resources that maybe they will talk about that are available to you to build your businesses and to sustain your businesses in sanitation. But there is a lot of money. I put a small figure to show you how much the market size of the sanitation market is. It gets up to about 4.7 billion, actually. As of there was just a survey for the sanitation economy, and we realized that the sanitation market is up to 4.7 billion. And this is how much the sanitation economy is worth. So what you're doing here is worth it. It's just that we need to be able to strengthen it. We need to be able to do the right things to be able to access this financing that is here. And now this is just to show you how many for UNICEF's work across our states, our focus states. This is across 15 states. Just to show you that now we're in records, we have about 496 active toilet business owners providing toilets across 14 states. There might be more. In fact, there are more, because there are some states here that are in attendance, are participating, but where they are in states where UNICEF is not working in. But this is just to let you know that Nigeria still has insufficient trained professionals needed to meet the sanitation gaps. So we still need to do more, either individually. We need to expand the TBO's businesses, and not all, we need to also reach out to more MSMEs. We saw that there were 39,000 MSMEs in the country that's recorded in MBS that they work in WASH. We need to reach out to these people to do more investments in sanitation. So these are just some of the figures to show you, and the panelists are going to give more. They are going to expatiate more on any of these issues that I've brought out, or any of these strategies or opportunities that I've given. So thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give her a round of applause one more time as I hand over to Mr. Nampet.
Thank you, Wale. Chisom, thank you very much. So people, let's have your attention. So they said, the money is there. Kaba. Abi, they are encouraging us that the money is there. We are here because we are toilet business owners. You're doing one thing or the other in terms of this toilet business. That's why we are here. If you forget anything, if you forget why you're here, we're here because we have something to do with this shit business. So we are privileged to have this distinguished gentleman and lady who have been at the forefront. 2 people from government and 1 from a development partner. We would like to hear from them. We would like them to show us where do we stand, so that we don't go back. Chisom has showed us really lovely. Are you not excited? These numbers, thank you very much. They really look nice. It means that there is something we have not really tapped into. And that's what we want to discuss. So I would like to open the floor Keep your minds, before we, have the floor for the discussion, keep your mind in terms of what is that potential. It's basically like we have come here into a market and they're saying, these people, this section of the market, there's something there. We are here to see, so that when we get back home, we will arrange the way we do our things and get better. The other thing why we're here also is that we have an opportunity to learn. So if the people in Bauchi want to have accelerated ODF, they may need to talk with to the people in Jigawa or in Katsina. Or the people in Benue will say, with your 9 ODF LGS, what can you do more? Maybe now it's no more the CLTS, but how can we get more toilets? So, but let's take the question to the federal government first. The National Coordinator, Clean Nigeria Campaign Secretariat, Mrs. Chuzoma Okpara, is here with us. Mrs. Okpara, in terms of what the federal government is doing, where do you see the place of all of us here, we these TBOs? How can are we inside this government agenda? So they've put fine documents and numbers. Yes, but are we in this government agenda? Explain to us that we didn't just come to Abuja. When we go back, that whatever we're doing in the village is attached to the government agenda. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. Are we in this agenda? Toilet business, entrepreneurship, and sanitation. Now we are what governments Thank you very much. Toilet business and sanitation. We're aware that there is a campaign that is ongoing to end open defecation in Nigeria. Ending open defecation is about awareness creation. It's about building the toilets. It's about using these toilets. Now the question is, for us to kickstart and get started, it means that we must even accept the fact that we need to build these toilets. And if we need to build these toilets, we call ourselves the toilet business owners. I also want to draw an attention to something. Now, for us to talk about business, let us even look at it in the other perspective. Now, I am a businessman. I want to grow my business. If I want to grow my business, I will look for every available opportunity to ensure that that business is growing. Now, we see sanitation as an untapped resource. We see sanitation as a growing business in Nigeria. I see all of us seated here as this is an opportunity for all of us. We're privileged, to be among the very first people that are looking at sanitation. And when you look at sanitation, you see that the entire service chain of sanitation is an untapped resource, from containment to reuse. Now let's look at the aspect of containment now. We are talking about building and using toilets. As of today, we have 102 local governments that are open defecation free. But even in the 102 local governments that are open defecation free, the toilets there, do we have all improved facilities? No. It means that there are a lot of opportunities there. And just like the presenter who talked to us here, she talked about we have a lot of these toilets that need to be emptied. So again, we see that there is an opportunity for the typical businessman there. Then let's also go further. Today, we are talking about transporting this thing away from there. When we look at most businesses, you see that there is an advertisement around the business, and the person is interested and wants to grow that business. We also are looking at a situation and an opportunity where, we as sanitation, business people will begin to crave for this kind of opportunity. Just hear about it. I'm ready to come there because I know I'm going to get a lot of information around me. And not just maybe if, I don't have anybody to sponsor me, so I cannot come. If you understand what it is in it for you, then I think you will be interested. Now let me go now to what Nanpet has asked. Recently, the Honorable Minister of Water Resources signed MOUs with the Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of Health, and now our youths. These are a whole lot of opportunities. It means that the Water Resources Ministry, the Education Ministry, the Health Ministry we're all going to be pursuing this issue of toilets. We're all going to be pursuing this issue of ending open defecation. See it as an opportunity. Now, like someone would sit back and ask, it means that I should be telling myself that the school around me, government is going to be interested. How do I begin to position myself and look at it as an opportunity for me to go in and begin to jump into my business? Then you also look at what is happening in the FCT today. We also see that there are a lot of toilets that are upcoming, and these toilets are on a PPP arrangement. So just like what the presenter also said, it means that we have to be looking at opportunities there where you can actually also drop that toilet there and you're going to manage that toilet. That is another opportunity. These are all businesses. So we see these, MOUs that have been signed as a step in the right direction. And we believe that these are all going to open up a lot of opportunities. And for the youth ministry, we're talking about the young people. And you know that when the young people take it up, it's like a wildfire. So we're also looking at how the young people can come in and begin to talk about awareness, creating a lot of awareness. And when this awareness is created, that businessman around that environment should be interested to say, where is it happening next? I am interested. So we see that these are all stepping stones as an opportunity from the side of the government, but we need to open these up to actually see that we actually, as toilet business owners, see the real opportunities. But I think our minds should begin to tell us something. There is containment, there is transportation, there is reuse. Where can I be relevant, or where can I actually position myself to begin to see that I begin to tap into these resources? Thank you very much.
Okay. And I don't hear she. So it then means that there's an opportunity in what we are doing. The government is interested in this thing. It's not just one village thing you're doing. You need to think a little bit beyond. And she has spoken too much grammar: containment, reuse, what is it again? So she don't mention the thing, so the thing don't pass only building toilet, Abby? She has reached the stage of, what do you do with the shit after it has filled the toilet? We want to bring other people to come and do that business, or we are ready to enter that shoe. So those are some of the opportunities that are there. However, let's hear from Timmy. Timmy represents UNICEF. Timmy, UNICEF has been, this is over a decade now, the UNICEF has actively been supporting sanitation in Nigeria. How would you describe the importance of the private sector in enhancing this progress? So people, remember when the chief of WASH came, she showed us one graph, Abby, and it was just running up. But they said that it's 20 waiting, we'll get there, 50 something, Abby. If we continue the way we are continuing, 2059, thank you. Are we going to be there by that time? So we need to shorten it. They are saying that we can shorten. So can you explain to us what's the importance of, this group and, tapping into what this group can do? Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I want to appreciate this opportunity to speak to very, very important persons in the sanitation sector. The TBOS are such a very important part of the puzzle in the sanitation game. Not just the TBOS, but every other person within the private sector. I want to appreciate UNICEF too, because UNICEF and other partners have pushed this to the point where sanitation is not just seen as a public health issue, but it's seen as a business. You can imagine how good I felt when I walked into this place to be talking about toilets in this kind of place. Can you imagine? So we are really moving forward, and I see we have made significant progress. But I want to also, when I talk, sometimes I get carried away, so I want to control myself with some things I've jotted down. I want to also point us to a few things to really show the progress. I was looking at the data just to look at, okay, between 2018 and on, what progress has been made in terms of access to basic sanitation. I'm quoting from WASH norms now. In 2018, it was 42% access. In 2021, it's 46% access. We have moved about 4 points, isn't it? Now, I try to also let's look at the rural and the urban. In the rural, it's moved from 38% to 39%. In the urban, it's moved from 50 to 59%. And the people in this room, the TBOs, are part of that success. So we're talking about people who are contributing to significant change within the sanitation sector. I also want to look at two things. The market segments that this group of persons are targeting. You know, when you look at WASH norms, you will discover that the poorest wealth quintile has just 19% access to sanitation services, to basic sanitation, while the richest have 78% access. You will discover that majority of the people seated in this room have their businesses targeted at the rural and peri-urban, which is within this market segment that has very low access. So when we talk about their importance in closing the coverage gap, they are the key. They are the tipping points. They are the private sector is the difference. If you look at many social services within the country, you will discover that when we moved into private sector-led or private sector-driven provision of social services, you will just discover how efficiency improved. You will discover how access improved. But let me come back to my experiences on the field. What exactly is the importance and what do they bring to the table? Not in any particular order, but one of the first things I see is the issue of product development, innovation, and technology. Whenever you buy products, particularly those of us that buy things online, they send you a link to tell them about the product, isn't it? They want to know what you feel about the product, to see what the user thinks, so that they can begin to focus on how can we improve on this product to meet the needs of the users, like user-centered designs. In my interactions with the TBOs on the field, many of them tell me the feedback they get from the households, what the households feel about this product, and some of the innovations they've made to respond to the needs of the household. So we're looking at, and then the TBOs are also a good link to be able to give this feedback to the manufacturers, who can then design what the households and the end users really want, and that can increase demand. The other bit I also look at in terms of what the TBOs and the private sector brings to the table is providing affordable products and services. Of course, she's talked about all the aspects of the sanitation value chain, but they provide they provide options. I need a toilet. These are the range of toilets that you can have. This one costs this one costs this one costs this. So you now pick, which one can I afford? And then they also provide very innovative financing options. There's one of the TBOs I met who talked about how she leveraged on the cooperative that they had to put money together, and also leveraged on that same cooperative to advocate to women and others to provide toilets and all of that. So they provide these affordable products and services. They also bring to us affordable innovative options. Before I drop the microphone, another importance of the private sector, and speaking to the people in this room, is the issue of data. For me, it's been interesting that the TBOs on a monthly basis were able to track the data on the number of toilets that they have constructed, the number of toilets that they have upgraded, and all of those data that helps us to measure progress in terms of access to basic sanitation and access to safely managed in our various communities and LGAs. And finally, just to also mention that most of the LGAs where I have seen accelerated progress and achievement of LGA-wide ODF, I have seen significant contribution of the TBOs. For example, in Oju, I know of 2 TBOs who are here who were seriously involved in all the programs, engaging with government, making sure they provide services in public places, and all of that to ensure that the LGA achieves LGA-wide ODF. There's another one in Konshisha I know who took his business to institutions, and he was engaging with schools to sell his products and say, I can provide this toilet, I can provide that. So for me, the private sector is the key. And once we move this beyond this level that it is to a private sector-driven sanitation economy, then we are in to achieve the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simi. He talked about the kind of ideas you people are bringing, innovations, improving it, just so that it will fit, isn't it? He talked about the way you're using financing. It's not everybody that is able to pay you, but some of you have come up with ideas. And some families are able to afford it because you're not asking for the money now. You know, so all of these ideas are coming up. And these are your initiatives, and he's recognizing that. You need to recognize your importance because of the information. And the last point he just made, is there any LGA that has become ODF in your location that has no involvement of the TBOs? No. So even if it's only at that level, then Mrs. Okpara at the federal level will be excited because the more TBOs are involved, the more she would be able to record the national target. But you see, your states will also be better. And so if you see the value in what you're doing as TBO, which is what Timmy was trying to explain, what is your value addition? Then you need to see that we have a big role. We're not just some playing local league. This our local league is affecting the national league. Abi, madam? Yes, but that is, those are the issues at hand. So thank you very much, Timmy. Quite inspiring to help us see the places we are. But let's shift a little bit and let's find out from the state perspective. I would ask Labaran, the DG for Ladan, Barak Ladan, the DG for Kaduna State, Ruwasa. What can government institutions do at state level? I don't, just before he responds, how many people were washcoms at one point in your community? Could I see by show of hands? You were one time a washcom member in your community. Let me just see by show of hands, just to, because a lot of washcom members graduated to TBOS. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so what can government institutions do, especially at the state level, to support this initiative of the toilet business owners? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to TBOS at this important event. Before I go into what government, or especially the state governments, can do, we need to look at the political will. How prepared are the states, especially the state governors? How willing are they, to intervene or to provide the enabling environment as far as TBO business is concerned? Because if you look at the data that we have regarding ODF, we only have 102 local governments out of 774 local governments in Nigeria. So this goes to my question: how ready or how willing are the states? Because if we have the political will at the state level, trust me, we'll have more local governments by now. And these 102 local governments, I think they are made up of only 10 states or thereabout, or 14 states or thereabout. So we have not up to 50% of the states. Some states do not even have a single local government, for example. We are not here for a blame game or anything like that, but we have to face the reality and tell ourselves the truth. Example, in Kaduna, we have 5 local governments out of 23 local governments that are ODF. And this has been possible because of the strong political will and commitment of the last administration. We have been talking about ending open defecation. Like Mrs. Opara said, there is no way we end open defecation without construction of toilets. So how do we even construct these toilets? We have a lot of toilets that have been constructed all over, but are not being put to proper use. I can give example in Kaduna. If you go around, we have a lot of toilets that have been constructed, but are not being put to proper use. And why is that? There is no ownership. So for us as a government, the first thing, I think, the first step is to have that political will. And then the next step is to advocate, create awareness, to the people on the importance of using these toilets. Because it's one thing to construct it and it's another thing to put it to proper use. And also, after, there is also post-construction maintenance, because these are structures that are bound to, dilapidate over time or to become weak. So how do we ensure maintenance? As a state government, we have been, or rather we are in the process of trying to engage these TBOs in the area of operation and maintenance. Before we go to operation and maintenance, how do they even construct these toilets? We have to find a way of, providing these TBOs with access to funds for them to construct these toilets. And in Kaduna, during the last administration, a pool fund of 200 million naira was provided through 3 microfinance institutions to disburse to the people. And these are the kind of incentives or interventions that the state governments can create to support the TBOs, even though it's not free, it's a loan, but it is a sort of take-off grant for them to construct these toilets and put them to proper use. And also, since it's a business, for them to get their monies back. And at the state government level, the states also, we intend to build the capacities of these TBOs and the local government officers, so that the local government officers can serve as a one-stop shop for the TBOs in area of technical, technical advice, or if there's any information that they need or they require, maybe coming to the state might be a Herculean task, or getting across to the state government. I think the local government officers can serve as a one-stop shop for the TBOs. So building the capacities of the TBOs and the LG officers is an area the state government is intervening in. And we also have, whenever there are new emerging technologies or new innovations, we call them to seminars and conferences like this, so that we can exchange ideas and build on their existing, capacities. We don't want to be overambitious. These are some of the steps that the state government is taking at the moment. Especially, I can talk about Kaduna, and I believe it's the same for a lot of other states, that are here and those that are not here as well. So these are some of the steps that the state governments especially are taking to support the TBOs, and also to create policies that the TBOs can tap into, because if there is no enabling environment, there is no way these kind of businesses will thrive, at the state government level. So these are some of the steps and measures that the state governments are taking, particularly in Kaduna, to support the TBOs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mubarak. Yes, so you've heard what government is doing. We've gone round one round of questioning. I would like to give room for 2, maximum 3 questions from the audience. You're going to have other sessions like this, but this session is focusing on private sector engagement in sanitation. So you could choose to throw the question open or direct it at any member of the panel, and then we will try our best to respond to you. So maximum 3 questions. One hand is up behind. 2. Okay, 2. Okay, number 3. Fine. Can somebody help me?
Thank you very much. All protocols duly and respectably observed. Thank you very much, Mr. Nanpet, for coordinating this plenary discussion. I have an observation, really, because the first, Mrs. Dr. Beaver, make a presentation, which is very, very good presentation, and she has done justice for the presentation, for the paper presented, because of our slow nature of this issue of toilet business. Because she it has been mentioned that only 102 local governments in Nigeria are ODF, out of 774. So if you observe her projection of this target, she said if we are to go by this slow movement, so definitely we cannot end open duplication until 2059. So this her projection, definitely according to my understanding and observation, if it will go like this, we will probably extend this her target. But unless if we are very serious, very, very serious, we have to be very serious. And also, if you look at the paper she presented, definitely if we are being shared that paper, it will help us to a greater extent by referring to our slow nature of toilet business in Nigeria. Because when we read that paper, we'll know where we are, our position in toilet business, and so on and so forth. In order for us to meet the target of Clean Nigeria use a toilet campaign and SDGs target of 2025, which she probably said it will not end with this slow movement until 2059. If we are not careful, we may extend this time. So if we read that paper, it will help us to a greater extent to know where we are, to strategize in order to facilitate or to rapid the process. Then the last paper presented before this plenary discussion, also that paper is very, very important because if we read it when it is being shared among us, if we read that paper, it will help us to know our positions. Everybody will know where he will fix himself. Is it by either communication? Is it by advocacy? Is it by provision of the toilet? Is it by giving all this, what she mentioned, they are very, very important. Because even if you did not participate fully, you go and advocate, and you communicate. Also, you will provide the support financially. Even if you cannot maintain it, you provide the financial support so that many people will be TBOS. And you get your share, they will also get their share. This is my comment and observations. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody here present. My name is Usman Umar, Public Convenience Private Operators in FCT, Srogruwasa FCT. So actually, it's a welcome development with this first Toilet Operators Conference. We have been expecting it for long, but it has happened now. So from the presentations, let me start from the PAMSECT, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, which actually she made a good presentations. And at the same time, with the other presenters, I just want to accumulate it in one point. There is a MOU with the Federal Minister of Education, Health, Environment, Water Resources, how to boost this business and how to overcome with the challenges. So, but actually what is happening there is a lack of political will. If I can look at from the presentation made by the DG Kaduna, they deserve applause by saying 200 million was injected to the TBOs in their state. Actually, it's a welcome development. They deserve applause. Let's applause for them. We need this type of exemplary in the other states. When you look at it, the groundbreaking done in this FCT was done by the state minister then. It was done in the Area 1, which is one of our members. Invested there over 20 million naira. But look at it. Even the FCT was not captured in the PPP. It was only said Zampara, Bauchi, and Katsina. When you look at all the other angles of this FCT, you can see our investment already been met by the TBOs. Go to Kubo, you can see one of the very functional there. Alone Airport. All you can see it under Ruasa from the TBOs. So actually the main thing is the political will, and those on the real practical, let them do it so that we can experience the real changes. So with what I'm saying here, actually we on our side in the FCT, we have been trying our best actually. We invested a lot. If you can see from the local areas, at the state level, you can see we have a lot of number of public toilets. When you start counting there is a lot of numbers. All this area council, we have covered it. So what you are saying, let's come collectively. Because it's not the issue of just to come and have this sort of interaction and disappear. It will not give us a good result, actually. So I'm calling the attention of the major stakeholders, particularly the ministries concerned, the water resources. They are the one heading this entail in the nation. Then Federal Minister of Environment with the other states. So let it be a big challenge, and please, we should try all the areas what we are liking. Thank you very much.
All protocols duly observed. I am by name Mujahid Sanukorau, a TBO from Bauchi State. My question is directly to Mrs. Opara, if I don't, and also want to elaborate on one thing that the presenter said. Upon all one or two local governments that are ODF now, he said that there is no local government that became the ODF without the intervention or assistance of the TBO, which is how it is. So the government have done a lot in terms of contribution, but as a TBO, frankly speaking, we need more assistance. We are the backbone of this achievement. We need more assistance, especially regarding the capital. Mrs. mentioned that there are so many things that we can take into, such as containment, reuse, and I forgot the last thing she mentioned, transportation. So, for example, I as a TBO, a young TBO that can spend a month going from this ward to that ward without any sign of side effect. But how can I do that without capital? For reuse and containment, I need at least kurkura, small pickup. Small pickup, yes? So how can I obtain it? Is the problem. I did mean I can have, even if it is alone, I know by God's grace I can use it and also make profit and repay it within the stipulated time. So this is my take on. And okay, so due to the time factor, I will just stop here, sir.
Thank you very much, Thani Kaura. Quite a passionate appeal there. Thank you. Quite interestingly, a lot of what you said were observations and comments, and it's really, really well received. Our time is fast spent. I'll give 1 minute quick final word for the audience as we wrap up. And Opara, you take note of Thani Kaura's passionate appeal in what he said. And I think I would like to say that before we close, there's a session on financing. So it would be good to, so we will come to talk about financing. What are the issues? There's an opportunity to hear from you. What are you actually struggling with? So because what you're going through in Bauchi may not be what they're going through in Zamfara. There may be slight challenges, slight differences. Some states may have challenges of terrain. The money may be there, but there's too much water. So we will come to that. But last parting words, Timmy, we'll start with you. What would be your final word for private sector engagement in view of the discussions today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was very happy when there was no question. Because when I was asked to come up here, they didn't tell me there were questions coming. Anyway, that's by the way. But just to mention what the Chief of WASH said, she talked about the scale of the challenge. The scale, and that has been re-echoed. The scale of the challenge is huge. But permit me to say that the scale of the challenge is also the scale of the opportunity for private sector. And that's the way private sector needs to see it. The scale of this challenge is also the scale of the opportunity, the scale of the wealth, the scale of the money, because it's an unending cycle. ODF LGAs, ODF communities will come back and say the pits are filled up. Come and move it. That's business. They will fill it up again. Come and move it. That's business. So it's an unending cycle of business. And once we are able to tap into it and translate this to a private sector-led, efficient business, then we are there. Of course, I also want to mention that the TBOs have something that they need to look at. When you need something, apart from looking outward, you also need to look inward. Look inward. What do I have? You have the skills. You have the networks. Can you come together and have, thank God this will give us an opportunity to have TBO networks, such that you are not limited by geography. I'm a TBO in Kaduna, but I see a business opportunity in Zamfara. What stops me from going there? I know the TBO network over there. I can just link up with them, and then there are big business opportunities. So let's look inward as TBOs and tap in what we have. And as we look outward also, I hope and pray that this conference will be the beginning of additional opportunities to support TBOs, to support the private sector, and coordinate them to be able to meet the scale of the challenge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take it up from where Mr. Timmy has stopped. But before I go into that, there's something that Labaran talked about, and that is about the government's political will and all that. Now, we're happy today we have new governments. So I think the time is now for real time advocacy let us advocate to our new government to see the buy-in, because until if the government doesn't buy in, we'll still see that we are, continue to revolve around a vicious circle. And we see that there is no time. And because we know that we need to accelerate progress very, very fast, that also needs to happen. There are also some good, opportunities and some good lessons that we have learned from states that have actually provided some form of revolving loan, to the toilet business owners. I want us to begin to see that as, can this also happen in my own state? If it is not happening, why? And that is why I am also happy that we are talking about a TBO network, where we are able to see what is happening in other states. And once you see that, then you'll be asking that question, starting from your state. Because from time, we have actually been talking about having a system that is working. And what do I mean by that? We need, the actors knowing themselves and then seeing how actions can actually take place. Today we talk about this STGS, we talk about the steering committee, and these are actions that if they happen within the state, that awareness will be created, and then we will see that a lot is happening within the sanitation sector. So we need that to happen. And as for a toilet business owner, lastly, I must look for the opportunity. Where are these opportunities? Like the last speaker who actually talked about the fact that you are moving from one ward to the other and all that. So remember that the demand, look for the demand. Where has that demand been generated? Be part of that activity. Because what we see today is, once there is a demand that is created, and then we follow up, of course, with the supply chain, you as a toilet business owner have seen the market opportunity. And then you begin to look around you to see how you can grow that. And remember, unless someone sees how you have managed whatever resources, then you cannot get another one. It then means that you must actually be able to put to use whatever is within you. And then that is the only way, because unless we see the successes around there, somebody would not just wake up to say, okay, we're going to push this to you and all that. A lot of us are into this. So how can I, me as a business person, grow my business? I need a very good strategic plan. I need to see how I can advertise. That is selling kose out there, we'll look for an opportunity. How do I spice it to make people come and then see that this is good? So that is what we're looking at. What differentiates you from the other person? What is that will make people begin to see you as, this is a successful business? And I'm saying this because the toilet business is something that it will blow up very soon. But you must begin to look at the uniqueness of you as a person, at your own. Because a lot of people will come out tomorrow to say, I'm a toilet business owner. And tomorrow, you also see that these businesses are hijacked. So there must be something that distinguishes you as a toilet business owner, genuine, from that other quack that is out there. So we also need to begin to look at that, because as much as a lot is talked about in this area, we'll see that it will really blow up. But we want to see an opportunity where we would actually have a whole lot of toilet business owners, because we're looking at 11 million toilets. How do we get there? So we need a whole lot of us to be in this business to make that grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me begin my closing remarks with a reminder. 2025 is around the corner. And we are still at 102. Maybe if we have that at the back of our minds, maybe the states, will have more interest in ensuring that this TBO business, sees the light of the day. India, as we all know, were able to end open defecation, despite having that huge population, because they tapped into the sanitation market. Sanitation is not a one-man business, it's everybody's business. It's not just the TBO's business, it's not just the government's business, but it's everybody's business. So, riding on what UNICEF said, maybe if the TBOs can come up with a network of TBOs that will be paying regular, advocacy visits to the governors, especially. Even if they can't get to the governors, at least there are relevant and influential stakeholders at the state level that can drive home their message. Because I want to re-emphasize, if there is no political will, I don't think, we'll get to our destination, or we'll get the kind of results, the desired results that we want to see. So we're calling on the TBOs to ensure that they hold regular advocacy visit to the state governments, to the traditional and religious leaders, because these are influential people that can talk to the authorities, and they are people that I listen to all the time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we bring this to a close. I want to thank you so much for your participation. Really very solid things. We have understood this morning, the money is there. The opportunity is there. The program people will tell us the problem big, Abby. But this group, we're interested in, as big as the problem is, that's as big as the opportunity for us as a business. We are not the washcoms, we are business people. And Chiso mentioned something earlier. She said that as much as we are doing good to the people, we are also benefiting from it. So this is also another thing you need to think. Then the third thing is the innovation and the ideas. I would take it from Usman Umar when you talked about it. Go ahead. Continue to seek your opportunities. Government will meet you there. You talked about the challenges here. You've mentioned Kubwa. You've mentioned Airport Road, where TBOs have really done impressive things. Yeah, have you realized that the FCDA is trying to play catch-up? They are now giving contracts. They are trying to follow your example. The challenge is there. Let government catch us. When they catch us, we would have been the ones there with our network, arranging ourselves, dictating how the things would be. The standards for the operations and maintenance, they will see the models from us. So I would really like to challenge you and say thank you very much. The opportunity is there. Let's tap into it. And I wish you very good deliberation at the rest of the conference. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Wale, over to you.
Thank you very much, the panel and Mr. Nampeg. Please, can we give them a round of applause? I hope they've learned one or two things, and we can also say that the TBOs are ready for. My take is that for the government, there's a need for political will in terms of making sure that TBOs are really working. That's for the government. So you're a government in the house, from the minister to the state, local government chairman, everybody, there's a need for them to have that political will. And also for the stakeholders in the system, there's a need to increase the supply chain that will allow the TBOs to really move in their business. And for the TBOs themselves, my take is that there is a need for you to put spice on your business. And from that one, I can say that I know from this house, you begin to think of how and what you can do to make your business more facilitating and probably bring more people closer to you. Once again, let's give them a round of applause. Please, I think the hand of applause is a little bit dull. Can we do it better than this? All right, so a little energizer. Please, can we all rise up? Can we all rise up? Yes. So the next session is going to be exciting, and I'm going to call the people to come. So there is a little thing we can do just to create some ring, and then everybody will do a general clap. You know how we do it now. Let's start gradually. Do like this. Everybody, move your body. Move your body. Now raise the hand. Now put your finger to be doing like this. Go up, go. When I say go, you will just do a big clap. Oh, yeah, go, 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 go. Thank you. Put your hands together for yourself. Let's have a seat. So, quickly, I know the prayer is on already, but we'll crave your indulgence. We'll continue this event, and we are aware of that. In case you need to pray, we can also find a way around it. But we want to continue the program. And then I would like to call the next section to come forward for the event. And firstly, I will need to call the Clean Nigerian Campaign consultant, Mrs. Nneka Akunwa, to come forward for our presentation. Can we clap for her? I think we should do better now. Yes. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. And thank you very much for being here. Today, we are sitting down here today because we want to look at what happens to us as TBOs. What is the future for the TBOs? How are we taking control of who we are? The session is about shaping healthy sanitation markets. Then we're looking at demand creation and access to products and services. Everybody who has come here as a TBO knows that their job is to provide sanitation services. It's not just building toilets. You don't just build toilets in the air. You need to create your market. You need to take control of what you do. So basically, I might be seeing this from a different perspective because I am Mama TBO. So I'm going to apologize to everyone here. We need to tone down because we're dealing with my people. So I'm going to talk for Pidgin English. I hope that's better. How far? Good. So we be TBOs. Waiting we go do. Make we dey sell toilets. Make people they buy them. Make better health day. Make we dey make more profits. Make government no they dictate to us. Make we they dictate to government as the owners of the business. Is that not what we're supposed to be? I be not be so. Koba hakaba. Now we're talking. Okay. I want us, before we move, before you become a TBO, you go through a lot of processes. I don't know how you became TBO. I don't know how you became TBO. But we know that past interventions, there is a process where we have to say, who is a TBO? What qualifies you to be a TBO? What do you need to do or have? Or what mindset do you need to have to be a TBO? And this is the first level where we say the person must have existing business related to sanitation supply chain. Is that what we have today? Hello? Is that what we have? So I want us, all TBOs, to look at the first side, which says prospective TBOs. From number one, from A to G or H, do you have everything there? Are you willing and able to invest in the business expansion or starting an affiliate startup in sanitation? Have you been in the business 2 to 3 years of either building toilets, building houses, selling cement, selling rods, selling pipes, or even water supply? Are you legally registered? Are you a business entity? Are you just Madam Neck and Sons in my house? Are you different from that your business entity? Or does the money come and you just chop everything? Now me get money, government house, government money for government house, no wahalabi. Don't ask me who said that. So are we thinking that this business I am doing is an individual of its own and I am a different person too? Are we at that point yet? So we say if you have not registered, 3 months after engagement, you're supposed to have registered. You're willing and able to open a business account, have a different account for your business. Must have numeracy knowledge. You should be able to count, add and supply. How much I sell today, write them. If not for Hausa, if not for Igbo, if not for Yoruba, anyhow you sabi write them. So that you're able to say, this is not how much I put into the business. This is not how much I spend. This is how much I sell them. So this one are my profits. Isn't it? Hello, business people. Okay. Are you able to do that? And TBOs, toilet business owners, do you have merchants? Do you have people working for you? Are you the TBO, at the same time the merchant, at the same time the marketer, at the same time the errand boy? You keep records. I think somebody asked, or was it Dr. Jane that asked, how many toilets have you sold since this year? only one person was able to give account. So when I look at all this, I asked myself, what was our selection process? How did we get into the business? Did we really qualify to be TBOs before we came to be TBOs? Then, for us, your partners, the facilitators, the UNICEFs, the water aids, the Clean Nigeria, the Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Environment, are we creating understanding of these criteria before we bring people in? Are we also being impartial in our selection? Are we creating a structure that will allow people to grow in the business? This is for us, non-TBOs, because here we have TBOs and non-TBOs. So we have TBOs and their partners. Because sometimes we say something is not working. Have we done our bit the way it's supposed to be done? Okay, then if we have passed through this and our answers are yes, then we are qualified to be in this room. Don't give me your answer, but if you look at that first A to H and you don't have at least, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At least 7 of them, yes, then you're not qualified to be here. And if I'm going to work with Toilet Pride in working on this network, we will go back to your records. Because this is why sometimes people don't know their role as TBOs. So think about it. Then if we have qualified, then we go to what we do next. What do we do with you after we've gone through this qualification process? We're going to onboard in the business. We go through the business development, BDS, business development services. That is that training where then they teach us how to do business, how to calculate, how to talk to customer, how to keep record, how to present our product to our people, how to go market, go talk to people. All TBOs are supposed to have gone through that and learned what you're supposed to do at every point of your business. Then, after that, we have the technical hands-on training, which is expected to be for the Masons working for the TBOs. But that doesn't mean that a TBO cannot attend if he or she wants to. But that is a practical aspect where you learn how to build toilets, how you know what quantity of sand, what quantity of cement, and what kind of toilet will work in certain area, where is a rocky area, sandy area, loamy soil, or even riverine area. That is where you learn how to construct. To construct in response to the demand and your environment. You learn what is the type of toilet that will work for my people, the people I'm serving. The toilet that will not collapse quickly. The toilet that will stand the state of time. These are the kind of things we do in the second one. So then after that, we expect you as TBO and your Masons to start production and start selling. You start looking for where to sell. You're not waiting for Smedan, you're not waiting for Ruasa, you're not waiting for UNICEF to go and create market for you. I disagree. Because if you are a TBO and you own your business, you will be the one working out your prospects. The market is huge. The initial training and all the lessons and all the whatever conference and so on is to give you heads up, is to give you idea, to knock your brain to say, tinko, tinko, tinko. Then you look at your opportunities. Because I don't live in your community. Chisom does not live in your community. Mr. Pryor does not live in your community. You know your people better. So you know how best to talk to them. Then you must also start doing promotion. We have market and non-market promotions. It's not everything you go to Meangwa. Yeah, you can go to your kids' palace, call people for meeting, arrange with other people, have dance drama, have flyers, everything. These are given to you as feeding bottle. You know when Bama they feed Pekin, you go prepare the food, they put them for your mouth. It's at the initial stage. Have we ever asked ourselves, why is it that your mom feeds you when you're a baby? At a certain stage, she stops even cooking for you. I want us as TBOs to think in that direction. You come in contact with UNICEF, Water Aid, World Bank, whoever, and then they're doing all this for you. They even give you posters, flyers to do your promo. Please, my friends, if you are a TBO, you don't need that anymore.
I like my friend who was talking about getting a truck or something like that. I'm also happy that I have somebody here who also got a truck without Water Aid or UNICEF buying the truck for the person. A TBO. So at certain point, when you are matured, you're supposed to start owning your own space. Then, another thing we do, if we have TBOs ready and we go into communities for demand creation, we expect the TBOs to lead in the triggering. When all the grammars about CLTS and all the defecation area mapping and everything is done, and people start thinking, oh, I've been eating my shit, what should I do next? The TBO is supposed to come in there and say, these are your options. You can take this or you can take that. That's what business is about. But are we doing that? How many TBOs are company triggering? Can I see your hands up? If you do accompany triggering, let me see your hands up. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, at least some people are doing it. But all of us are supposed to be doing it. If we're not doing it, we send our medicines. Because the market is for you. The business is for you. You don't expect me to go triggering, then bring the list of prospective partners or customers to you. Then you're not a businessman. If that's what you do, you're not an entrepreneur. So, you must think of that. And when you're at that stage, you start thinking of your market expansion. Today, I have done my triggering in the market in my village. And I think somebody earlier said too that there are no boundaries to businesses. That I am here, this is Zone 7. I was trained here and I triggered people here. Does not mean this is only where I should sell. You must lend your voice outside here. Go to Zone 8, go to Zone 1, go to Gariki, go to Metama. I'm using as examples. So if I live in a village in Katsina, let's say I live in Meadwa, I must not sell only to Meadwa. I can go to other villages, other local governments. Create awareness for yourself. Then we must not start thinking of product differentiation. Because you did one with Sato Pan, maybe, the Sato Paw Flush, the Sato Pan, that does not mean that's all you will do all through your life as a TBO. Think of other things. Think of building what you call sit and relax. I learned that from my people in one of the local governments in Abuja here. Think of it because everybody must not remain at that level. The essence of you coming into this business is to also make sure you serve everybody in your customer line. The chain of customers from the poor to the rich to the very rich. So present yourself, position yourself to be able to serve both the rich, the middle class, the poor, and also those who are poorest of the poor. You must come up with ideas on how to make sure you feel this. I ran into a TBO, I think that was in Zamfara State. He went to somewhere and there are people who could not afford, sincerely could not afford toilets. He went back and spoke to a rich man, a rich politician in that local government, and the politician paid for toilet to be built for those poor people. This is thinking ahead, not waiting for UNICEF or Water Aid or anybody. So you must think of that. Then at certain points, start thinking of how do we work? How do we represent ourselves? How do we work for ourselves? Those of you who worked, who joined the TBO business during the Sean project, you were having weekly meetings, the MSPs and so on, where we come to talk and everyone is talking to you. They are telling you next things to do. But at certain points, a project is a project, has a lifespan. When the project ends, what do? Start creating some structures for yourself. And I will still give an example with my, I'm sorry to say my favorite state, Zamfara State. They were able to form cooperatives, register in the Chamber of Commerce, became a trade group in the State Chamber of Commerce. That is what entrepreneurship is about. That's how business is. So you must be able to position yourself, to talk for yourself, to speak for yourself, to have a position even with government. That is what we're thinking of for TBO's network. Not people who will be dictated to. People who will run the market and tell government, tell me, tell every other person what the market requires. and how to go about it. So in that case, the facilitators or the enabling agencies or the supporting agencies, we should be providing capacity, training enhancement, soft and hard skills. Teach them how to do advocacy on their own. Teach them how to speak to government on their own. Teach them how to talk to customers on their own. Teach them how to approach other development agencies who had nothing to do with their training. Like now, you were trained by one and you hear that maybe USAID has a particular product, a facility with a bank where they were giving loans only to group or membership associations. Why can't you form yourself into one and qualify for that? I don't need to come sit with you to do that. So TBO should be able to organize themselves in a way that they can actually speak, voice for themselves. Are we hand-holding? And how much hand-holding are we doing? When you over-hand-hold, you micromanage and you limit the people. Then we should be giving support to information, giving access to information where they can get what they need to know. Then when we've done that, another thing that comes up, which everybody likes to talk about, is financing. How are we financing and how are we expanding? So what we know or what we have done, which does not stop there, because I know if with you being very, very, innovative and thinking deep, you can come up with some options. We had self-financing as one option of acquiring toilet, even self-financing and one option of developing your TBO business. Some people started building with their own money, without loan, without support. Then there's also the approach to microfinance banks or other microfinance institutions who can give you loan a certain percentage. Then we had also the government sanitation pool fund, which was the one that was tagged at 1-digit interest rate, managed by microfinance institutions. I think Kaduna, Bauchi, and Katsina had a good experience in that. Then we have revolving loan schemes. Some are our traditional adashi, some are also some we form and we start managing it. We learn from others. We contribute money for Christmas. We contribute money for New Year. We contribute money to marry new wives. You contribute money to buy expensive in Torika, George, Atampa. So why can't we form groups and contribute to build toilets? I would also say, I think it was in Zamfara again, that Lapo was able to create a different kind of fund in which they called hybrid loan, because there was no specific loan then just to give to toilet, because they said toilet is to use, there's no profit coming from it. If you put toilet in your house, it's for you to, there's no money coming from it. But they created something and they said, we will give loans to people who have small businesses, even people who are selling on their table. So you sell, make profit, and use the profit to start building toilet. They will monitor you. The first 4 months, you don't pay back anything. So are you able to grow your business? So these are the kind of, and this particular loan product was actually born out of a meeting between the microfinance bank and TBOs in the States. These are the kind of things we expect from you. So what should the facilitating agencies be doing? You create linkages, linking them, giving them information. Create avenues like this where they meet with every other person and discuss what they need to do together. Advocacies. You don't need to come to them to say, I'm taking you to X bank, X place. You can chip in something. Okay, there's a network of TBOs. Can you work with them as a bank? Okay, I'll give you the number of their president, or you send the number of the bank to so and so. Recently, we were the National Association of Microfinance Banks, and we say, I don't have any particular TBO I want you to work with. I want you to talk to your branches in the local government to listen to the TBOs, to listen to households who want sanitation loans. These are the kind of things we should be doing. Then we must also create access to this network. Then if we have reached that stage, we're thinking of growth and sustainability. What do? We start improving on our skills, selling skills, product design, change them, segmentation. I've seen a TBO who has different types of toilets for different types of people, for adults, for young people, for children. Think of that, create that, and make more money. Form self-management groups so that when UNICEF is not there, Clean Nigeria is not there, Ministry of Health is not there, you can still stand on your own. Then you graduate into maybe from being just that TBO that you were to a one-stop shop. Start talking other things. Somebody comes to you, you're not just coming to say, I want to build a toilet. Where do I buy this? Where do I buy that? Just come to me, give me your order. I give you a date, I deliver, and that's all you need to do. The client does not need to run around for anything. Then sometimes too, the one-stop shop can go bigger than just building toilet. It can also start selling menstrual hygiene products in the same shop. You can think of also affiliating with another finance institution who can also supply soft loan to your would-be customers. You can think of selling toilet roll, other things that has to do with sanitation and hygiene in one place. If you graduate to that, you can become what we call the turnkey businesses, where you become super. You have mass production, you have stamp, you have design that is known your own. This is Oga from Ministry of Environment. This is Ministry of Environment toilet. Wherever I see there's a brand, there's a stamp, there's a logo that tells me it's from this and Sons, Haske and Sons Nigeria Limited, Abdullahi and Daughters Nigeria Limited. These are the kind of things we're looking. This is what we want you to do. You have your trademark. Then you become competitive. You compete with people outside Nigeria. You compete with people outside your states in toilet business. Some time ago, I know somebody went from Nigeria to Mozambique. One of you here in this hall, to teach Mozambicans how to make toilets for the poor and for the middle class. What else are we looking for? So as TBOs, there's no limit to what we can be. Like somebody said, street business is good business, toilet business is good business. Your business is what you grow it to be. So, the process we go through is, first of all, we establish demand. What is demand? Demand is not when I say I want to buy toilet, no. When I see the toilet and I'm willing to buy it and I'm willing to pay and I'm able to pay, that is demand. So I like the picture of toilet where they show me. That will not be demand though. That will say, don't whet my appetite, but that will not be demand until I have commitment. That ain't be demand. So when you establish it, people get to know, oh, this thing exists. Then some of them will start looking for it. How do I get it? Where do I get money? Where do I get support? That is it. Then this demand is established. You have not taken it. You have not received it. You have not really acquired it. Then you must inform that demand. Provide more information to convince these people that they need it, or to make them see the gap in what they're doing. People might not have all the information then. That's why we say during triggering, we expect TBOs to accompany triggering. So that you answer all the questions and all the gray areas are taken care of. That is the only place where you can say, I am sure I am getting this client to buy from me. And after that, we want to facilitate supply, support, require supply responses, people who have written down their names, people who have called you, people who have said, I want the toilet. What do you do with them? You talk to them, you respond to them. Make sure you supply what was required. But what is most important is that when you supply to Mr. X, Mr. WYZ might also come to request. Ensure that the supply is continuous. Ensure that it's available. You remember when some of us, I don't know, we said the toilet must be available, it must be aspirational, it must be affordable, and it must be, what again? Durable, my people. So the toilet, first of all, you go fine for eye, so that as I use them, you know, go me say because I pour. Secondly, the toilet, my money fit buy them. Whether not true adashi, or whether not true loan, or whether not true my money, my pikin send me from Lagos, so I must fit buy them. Then the toilets must they last. Nobody want to go use. After 2 days, I break leg. You say I don't want to teach you. So you must make sure say you follow the quality standards where they tell you. Then waiting again. It must be like say me and or God them with this jacuzzi at the same thing. Some they even name them computer toilets. So you must make sure these are parts of the qualities that people see in your toilet. So, How have we TBOs, how have we been establishing, growing, and sustaining our demand? How have we been doing it? Have we been waiting for government? Have we waiting for Clean Nigeria, Soul Wash, P-Wash, UNICEF, Water Aid to come and give us? Remember, the difference between an entrepreneur and any other person is that the entrepreneur is a risk taker. The entrepreneur takes calculated risk. You take the risk and you win. That is what makes you different. And I always take this whenever I talk about toilet. A toilet bought is a toilet used and maintained. If you no contribute, if you no spend anything, now everybody get them. But when you invest, you go make sure say you no spoil. Even your TBO business, if by now you want to do TBO business, I carry 50K, give you, carry 100K, give this one. If the business no work, you don't get anything to lose. But if you sell your land, if you save money, if you starve yourself, make you no go drink, no buy plenty so you chop, take the money, start business. You go let me the business spoil. Will you allow the business to spoil? So basically the same thing with the toilet. Even if it's public toilet, is your village toilet, is your home toilet, if you don't invest, you don't care. I always give an example with when I grew up in this country. When I was growing up, I saw these UNDP centers that where they teach people. Okay, those of you, the Indomie generation will not understand. You know the Indomie generation? Hello? Who are the Indomie generation? 20 below. We had these beautiful centers. So, soap making, everything was in there. Building, everything you can think of, skill-wise, good quality, machines, everything. But they were giving. And today, I don't even find the structures. Even the block them don't scatter. We don't even know where they are. If the community contribute money, build them, or you and I, our papa, then community, the thing go die. Hello? If now our money we take build them, the thing go spoil. We go live and make it waste. So it's the same thing I say to entrepreneurs here, you sunny businesses. You must grow your business. You must own your business. At the end of the day, it is yours. Thank you. Okay, so this is just a bit of pictures, the kind of different toilets we've been building. I don't know if this TBO is here. Is it person here? I guess it's from Kaduna. Not here. Okay, before I go, how many female TBOs do we have here? If you're a female TBO, let me see your hands up. 1, 2, 3. Only 3 out of how many? Almost 70 or 60. Women, we need to wake up. God bless you, ma'am. That's 4. We have to wake up, women. Waiting I talk. Women, waiting I talk. We have to wake up. Well, we used to say what a man can do, women can. Oh God, with your permission, oh men, we'll do better. Thank you so much. So, Abdul Salam, my partner in progress, Abdul Salam. Okay, you want to ask me a question? Okay, sir. Which one? Now you? Is you? Please, let's give me a round of applause. That's a TBO there. Okay, you see, small world. I didn't even know it's the one. Good to have you here. Have you on our slides and have you in person. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give her a round of applause? As an excellent delivery. All right, so if you have questions, I think we can find the time to answer that. Mr. Nneka, just 1 minute, let's do that question. So let's just raise our hand. We can take 2 because of our time as fast spent. All right, please, let him have the mic. Mic, please.
Standing on established protocols. My name is Ponchang Wieb. I'm from Wash Institute, University of Jos. I'm really thrilled and excited by this presentation. And one of our focus in University of George Washington Institute is to create opportunities like this, particularly in the area of curriculum development, community engagement, and research and documentation. I sat listening to your presentation, and I'm forced to ask this question, if you don't mind. Toilet business is good business. Going through what you have presented, I'm just curious, is it possible that we can collaborate to develop a curriculum around this that will enrich the capacities of people involved in this business? This is my question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the next question, that's the second person. Then we go straight to the panel. So we can, yes.
My name is Ahmad Abdul Ahmad from Yobe. I am TBO. My contribution to prospect, especially TBOS, my colleagues. My contribution to my colleagues, TBOS, this our business, it is very, very important and useful business because once you have a capacity, when this our business, toilet business owners, like me from Yobe, I have registered company, which is Dawa Latrine Construction Company. I have constructed more than 1,500 latrine in 3 years.
Wow. Wow.
And I have a truck that purposely doing all this, conveying our latrines to the communities. And I have a masons, and I have a people that I have training them to install. Normally we are using culvert ring and the slab with Sato fan and Satos too. Another one interested using this kind of latrine, especially Sato. Sato, it is very, very interested. When you take Sato to the community and you explain them, the communities, they are very, very interested with the Sato. So when you receive one order, when you take latrine to this community, you will come back with 5 or 10 order again because of the Sato. And we are using ring. This ring, it is mobile. You can use, if you want to change the location, you can change it out and do the building there and to move it to another place. And it is very, very interested. Now, if you are a TBO, please, you have a capacity.
Sorry, sir, can you give us a question? You have a question?
Yes, okay. No problem, sir.
All right.
Ask me.
The question you want to ask.
I say my own is contribution
to
my TBOS and the UNICEF. Recently, we are doing this kind of business with the UNICEF in Yobe State, Pune. UNICEF is supporting the TBOS to their communities to advertise the goods and supporting them as us to bring the loan to their community members to buy a latrine than to pay during the harvesting period. But even though we know UNICEF, they are doing their best, they've already provided their own grant, therefore state, but we are waiting for the state government. Up to now, we didn't hear anything from the state government.
Very much. Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? We appreciate you so much for that. So we are going straight to the panel section. Okay, before then, you want to say something?
Okay, like he said, we're going to the panel session. I don't want to spend so much time on this. But the question for Dr. Wiep, yeah, capacity building institutionalized places are possible. It's a matter of developing the models and then also segmenting it to what class of people you're training. You can do what they call the multi-dimensional learning for those who are not literate. You can also do the theoretical things and the practical session. But we can take this discussion further. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for Mrs. Ineka for that beautiful presentation? Now, for the panel, I'm going to bring to this podium Mr. Abdullahi Abdusalam. He is the state consultant on sanitation marketing and financing for UNICEF. He will be coordinating the panel section. Please, let's clap for him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. So, my name is Abdul Salam, and we are going to assess ourselves with a clap. Those that failed the clap have not been understanding anything since morning. I will take you through the way the clap should be. There is no reason whatsoever for you to fail to clap it well. It's a very simple one. Oh God, help me identify those that have not been understanding. Now, let me facilitate the clap. When I say power, you add up your hands, right? Let's do it. Power. You know why? Some people don't want to clap at all. Don't even want to learn. It's not possible. I will stand here. When I say power, you add up your hand. Power. And when I say power holding, please, you hold it. It's power holding now. So those that add up their hands when I mention power holding, naturally informed us that they have not been understanding anything since morning. Are we there? Okay. Power holding. No, I'm sorry. It's my bad. I'm sorry. It's just okay. Sorry about that. What's happening now? I mean, it has been very explanatory. So, power. Trust me, you must do it. Power. 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 Power holding. I'm sorry, Chief. It's not true. Actually, it's not true. I'm sorry about that. They have been understanding. Okay, we will also step this down a little because contributions have started coming. This is to tell you that the TBOs are eager to contribute. Why don't we invite some representative of the TBOs to take their seat here while we engage them, and at the end of it all, we will throw the remaining questions to the audience, and we will also take your comments and questions for them. I think that will be fine, right? It's good to step it down. But this time around, we might be using two languages. We will use Hausa and English because some of the panelists will also be, they cannot speak English, we understand. So please feel free. If we invite you here, you can use any language, Hausa and English. No, not any language. Hausa and English is fine. We will interpret. Are we there? Okay. Why not Hausa and Pidgin? Okay, let's use Pidgin. So in that case, if we invite these people to come here, we will expect make you use either Pidgin, Hausa, or English. So idan muka gayyace ka nan dan Allah ka saki ranka ka tabbatar da cewa kana da dama amfani da Hausa ko Turanci ko kuma broken. Okay. Please, as I invite them, can we support them with a round of applause? Idan muka kira sunanka ka zo ka dauki kujeranka anan. The first one is Odogu Fabian Emeka from Enugu. Welcome. Please, come over. Come over, sir, and take your seat. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. And here we have Mrs. Nancy Opin from Benue. Thank you. You're welcome, madam. You're welcome. We have Hadiza Mohammed from Bauchi, a TBO from Bauchi. Hadiza Mohammed, zaki zuwa kidoki wajen zamanki. Thank you very much. If Audu Ahmadu from Yobe is here, please kindly come over and take your seats. Okay. Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Okay, he has taken too long, so can we give him a round of applause as he takes his seat? Thank you very much. Okay. To barkanmu da zuwa. Basically wannan kaman dama ne muka samu saboda mu dan tattauna dangane da abubuwan da kuke yi wadda kuma yana da kyau mu nuna wa duniya abin da kuke yi. And this is an opportunity for us to actually discuss. Let's hear from you. Let's also learn from you. Give us the opportunity to learn from what you are doing. You cannot be here if you are not delivering quality toilets, if you are not giving the results. So abun nufi shine ba zai kasance ka zo nan ba idan har baka samar da shaddawa magidanta. Haka ne? So the reason you come here is because of the kind of work you are doing out there, constructing toilet for our people, and also you help our people get improved toilet. So we want to learn from you. How are you doing it? And we can also ask you questions so that we go understand it better, right? So that's fine. Okay. I want you to feel free and just have some smile. Are we there? Yeah, excellent. Okay, Madam has gotten it. She's very relaxed. Yeah, that's great. Are we there? Hajia? Ah, well done, Hajia. Send us one. Yawa. So just feel free and answer. Duk in aka yi tambaya za ki yi amfani da Hausa ma ki answer. Haka ne? Mun gode. To ranka da Alhaji. You are good? Thank you very much. Okay. I want to start with you, sir. Za ka iya gaya mana what has been the journey so far as a TBO? What has been the journey so far as a TBO? Abun nufi shine yaya ka tsinci kanka as a TBO, ka zama TBO, and kuma menene ainihin okay. Hello. Ka gane za ka mana kaman ka ba mu tarihin zama wanka TBO? Haka ne? To amma a takaice saboda muna da kayyajajjen lokaci. Right? So at a point then interpreting. Haka ne? Yeah. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum. Tunda an ce a takaice ni ban daɗe da zama TBO ba don yau bai fi shekara 6 na zama TBO ba. Na zama TBO ne sakamakon ina da gidan bulo sai in samu wasu organization wanda ake ce masu ACF International suka zo suke so suna magana akan abin da ya shafi maganan kashi a waje, sai aka zo aka building mana capacity tun muna yi a Yobe State har aka kawo mu Bauchi, aka je da mu gurare da yawa, aka kokkoya mana yanda za a yi. A kuma lokacin da aka nemi mu zo mu zama TBOS, gaskiya mu muna ganin kamar cewa bata lokaci ne kuma asaran kuɗi ne da sauransu, yara mu zo mu sa kuɗinmu a cikin sheet business, kuma ashe ba haka bane. Yanzu yau ba ni da wani business da ya wuce wannan. Na yi saka ya kai 10 million a cikin sheet business, wanda kuma a yau din nan ma ina garin nan ma sai da na sai da latrine set ya kai guda 2 a 60,000. So ni yanzu ba ni da wani business da ya wuce wannan, kuma ba ni da abin da na kullum ina garin Allah yana wayewa business in yana ƙara shiga raina saboda yanda na sona a kansa da kuma yanda yake ɗaukuwa. Musamman sato yana taimaka mana don mutane in sun gani suna so su ga cewar suna amfani da shi, ko da ma suna da wani toilet sai su zo su upgrading, da su sayi slab, da su sayi sato. So yanda ne na zama TBO gaskiya sanadiyan gidan bulo ne, sai aka zo aka yi building mana capacity muka zama TBOs.
Thank you very much. So yeah, Ajeshi wajen kawai. So basically what he has said is that it's not long that he become a TBO, a TBO. He's been TBO for the past 6 years. And that the thing is that he was invited for a training, for an orientation, and later on he was trained. But when he started, he feel this is not important. How is it possible for one to earn something from shit? So, but the story is changed now. There is no business so dear to him like being a TBO. And one thing is that he has invested over 10 million naira in this activity, in this business as a TBO. He said, in fact, he is even here and has sold today and has sold 2 sets of toilets worth 60,000 each in his local government. So basically, you can see that the TBO Ahmed has actually has a good journey in 6 years. So that ka ga mana kaman toilet nawa kuka yi? Toilet nawa kai so far?
Gaskiya da ACF sun ba mu 50% subsidy. Mun masu toilet ya kai kamar 1,600.
Okay.
Around 2021 to 2022. Currently yanzu haka muna yi da UNICEF mun fara wata 4 zuwa 5 da ya wuce na sayar masu toilet guda 247 so far.
So that's fine.
Yeah.
So basically, he started his work with the ACF, and then the program was with subsidy. He has constructed over 500 toilets with 50% subsidy under the project, and UNICEF introduces the do-it-yourself toilet, and he has constructed over 245 toilets as it stands. So that's good. So no, okay, that is about Haja. Hajiya, ina son zan miki tambaya. A wani gaba ne kika ga lalle aikin nan da kuke yi a matsayinku na TBO yana taɓa rayuka na al'umman gari? A wani gaba ne kika zauna kika nitsu kika fahimci lalle aikin nan da kike yi yana ainihin taɓa ko yana canza rayuwar al'umma?
To alhamdulillahi, gaban da na tabbatar cewa aikinmu yana canza rayuwar al'umma shine ta ɓangaren mata da kuma yara. A matsayina na TBO mace, na tabbatar cewa wannan kasuwanci da muka ɗauko kasuwanci ne da yake taimakon mu iyaye mata da muke cikin gida. Saboda akwai matan da a da, especially mu a ƙauye da muke ƙauye, gaskiyar ba kowa ne yake so namiji ya dinga sintiri a cikin gidan shi ba. Kuma wannan aikin ya taimaka matuƙa wannan kasuwancin namu ta hanyar inganta lafiyan 'ya'yanmu a cikin gida da kuma mu matan inda da mu tsaftace kanmu da 'ya'yanmu domin rage yaduwar cututtuka. To wannan ya yi matuƙar taimakawa ta yadda mata aka ya kawo yanzu a yankina akwai matan da kansu satofan domin su sa a cikin gidansu ko da mazansu ba su yi ba, ta hanyar kirkiran wani adashe da muka sa masa suna mai suna adashen tonan da. Wannan mata ne suka yi wanda duk bayan sati suke kuɗi a asusu, idan ya taru su taimaka wa kansu wajen ganin sun taimaka wa 'ya'yansu domin sun toni wannan ingantaccen shaddar.
Thank you. So what he has just mentioned is that actually for the fact that they go into household and interact with women as a female TBO, give her an edge over the male, and also have created opportunity for a heart-to-heart discussion with families and children. And you will see that when these toilets are constructed, they like it. In fact, this even motivates some households, the women, for instance, to take charge and actually go into adache, a kind of contribution where women come together, contribute some amount solely for the construction of improved toilets, and then through that they have been able to have their toilets. Permit me to also ask her, Hajiya, ina son na sani, ke a matsayinki na mace, menene advantage ko kuma me za a ce shine ainihin ci gaba da kika samu fiye da maza, ko kuma dai babu wani ci gaba wadda kika samu na wajen samar da toilet akan maza?
To alhamdulillahi, gaskiya kusan sai in ce wannan kasuwancin mu mata ya fi cancanta ma da mu fiye da maza. Dalilin da ya sa na faɗi haka shine gaskiyar kenan, a duk lokacin da aka tashi neman mu za a same mu a gida ba kamar maza ba. Sannan mu mata ba ma rena riba. Kasuwanci ne wanda farko ba mi tunanin cewa akwai riba a cikinsa ba. to amma ɗan kaɗan da ake samu a ciki ta kai ta kawo ni yanzu a matsayina na mace abinda na amfana da shi na yi asusu na an yi triggering ɗina tun 2015 nake cikin wannan abin tun muna tonan shadda na itace har muka dawo wannan kuma ni na fara ne da PPE latrin to har na zo na zama TBO to gaskiyar magana na yi asusun da yanzu ya kai na cika ta na nemi loan an bani na cika ta na sai kurkuren da ɗazu ɗan uwana ɗan kasuwa ke magana a kai domin ganin cewa na ina samun sauƙin wajen gudanar da kasuwanci na a ƙauyuka kuma babban ci gaban da ni mace na bayar a nan shine wayar da kan 'yan uwana mata su sani haƙƙin tonan shadda ba akan iya maza ba ne ke mace da ke cikin gida da kullum ake barinmu da 'ya'yanmu idan jinya ya taso ko kuma kula da lafiyarsu kashi 70 akan mu mata yake to wannan ya taimaka wajen mu ma da mu wayar musu da kai don ganin cewa sun san cewa tonan shadda kar mu sa wa zuciyar mu cewa iya maza ne da su yi kuma kasuwancin nan ba iya maza bane ya kamata a ce sun shiga ciki sun ba da gudumawa wannan kasuwanci akwai abubuwa guda 4 zuwa 5 na farko mun taimaka wajen ci gaban addininmu na biyu mun taimaka wajen ci gaban rayuwar 'ya'yanmu da mu kanmu na uku muna samun riba ta ɓangarensa so ina jan hankali gaskiyar maganar ko loan aka bayar kafin nan a samu matsala da mace ɗaya sai an samu da maza 10 domin mun fi su tsoro da ƙoƙarin mai da kuɗin a lokacin da aka nema gaskiyar magana wannan kasuwancin ya fi cancanta da mata sosai kuma da mu shiga gidajen maza kai tsaye ba tare da sun yi tunanin cewa mu da mu je mu kalle musu mata ba so ina ba da shawari ya kamata sauran local government ko state su yi koyi da mu don ganin cewa sun janyo mata cikin wannan abin da ni a local government ɗina yanzu ya kai ni ce ciya fasanta wannan bangaren kuma mata mu 13 ne amma mata 8 ne mazan kalilan ne a ciki domin ganin mahimmancin mata a cikin kasuwancin.
Thank you very much. So basically, I was curious to ask her, why a TBO as a woman? What is it for her? How does she think of becoming a TBO? And she mentioned, I mean, her response shocked me personally. And she mentioned that, in fact, this business is ideal for a woman. It's even better to have more women than have more men in the business. I was careful and very curious to know what comes out of her again. And she mentioned that, you see, they know the pain of children, especially if they are sick. And they know the language they will use to persuade women in order to actually try to get their husbands, their spouse, to actually construct toilet for the house. And one other advantage is that they don't have any limit. They can go into any household without the householder feel he's coming to look at my wife because they are in the is in a typical a kind of local governments that is a kind of rural, and most of them are Muslims. So they don't have any barrier. They go into every household, do their promotion, and they get out before you know toilets are there. And one other thing she also have carefully observed is that as a TBO, female TBO, if they take loan, because there is this loan in Bauchi, which Haji Hadiza actually came from, there is this pool fund. Before you have problem of repayment in any month from one TBO, of course you will have recorded that 10 times with male TBOs before you can have, because they are so afraid of hurting anyone, especially where they got the money from, thinking around all that. And she now mentioned that, you see, this business has helped her. As a TBO, she was able to get loan. She has her money, and she got some amount from the MFI, which helped her to even get the truck her colleague was actually mentioning, was requesting. So she have the truck that will deliver toilets materials to the site. So it becomes easier for her to operate. So basically, she's encouraging the female, all of us, to see how they can dominate this TBO work with females because they know they have the capacity to persuade and they have no limit to where they go. And of course, they are also so trustworthy in terms of financing. And so Haji Hadiza here feel, in fact, she is a chairperson in TBO in her local government. Out of 13, 8 of the TBOs are female in their local government, and they are doing well. So thank you very much, Haji Hadiza. Thank you. Okay. Sir.
Yes.
Mr. Fabian, how are you?
Fine.
Great. So, can you please describe what are your biggest challenge? As you, what are the challenge that you face, where you face as a TBO? You know, you've started somewhere. You need to tell us when you start and what are the challenges that you faced as a TBO. Is there any challenge that you are actually facing as a TBO?
Well,
yeah.
Well, as a TBO, I was trained by Sammak Water Aid, Nigeria, in 2015. Okay. And after I was trained, I started constructing toilets. After I constructing toilets, we just brought one sato pan. Immediately I saw that sato pan. I was very, very happy about that sato pan. Because the sato pan come to the toilet, you can use only a liter of, small liter of, a cup of water to flush it. And immediately you just put sato pan for that concrete thing. When the sheets go inside, you just close up. And it's very neat. It's affordable and prevent bad smell and all those things. When I started constructing the toilet in my area, so people are passing. See what is wonderful toilet with this? I said this is a new toilet. It's very cheap, it's affordable, and it prevents bad smell. All this toilet infection. I started selling the toilet immediately. When I was selling the toilet, the challenges I have is the type of the toilet what I trained for me is too heavy. Two or three people cannot lift. Two people cannot lift that one. So that is another challenge when I have. I just sleep in the night and think, how can I reduce these things? I started thinking. I started doing innovation. I just get it in various types, in a small scale, in a small distance, and cheaper. You can get a toilet of 3,000 naira, 4,000 naira for my shop. That one is 6,000. So that if you come for my shop, no matter any amount of money you have, you must to get the toilet.
That's great.
So I have any types of toilet. Hence, you want toilet. If you cannot go with this price, you go with this price. If you cannot go with this price, you go with this price. This is the first challenges I have. But immediately I have innovation, all these challenges stops.
Excellent. So can you tell me, can you let the audience know how was the situation before you become a TBO? Is there improvement? Because of course UNICEF, one thing they are happy, they are listening to you and they are happy with the progress you have put, even leading to innovation.
Yes.
What about achievement? Is there any achievement from the time you become TBO as when compared to when you were not a TBO? Is there any achievement you have recorded?
Yes.
You can even talk about your family.
Yes, no problem. Before, I'm a block business, I'm a block supplier.
Okay.
I'm a block businessman, block industry. I have block industry. But start from 2015, I entered toilet business. I just leave block, supplying block. Okay. Because I know how much I'm making from the toilet, and there is no much stress on it. So even delivering van, even expansion of the business for other places, and training more people for the business. So I have done a lot of things for this toilet business.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. That's excellent. That's excellent. You want to add? No, let you, yeah. Okay, she want to add something? I don't know. Do we allow her? Okay, please go ahead. Is there anything you want to say, Hajiya? Akwai abin da kike da shi da zaki faɗa? Okay.
Babban ƙalubalen kawai dai a nan shine matuƙar ka zauna shiru to ba za ka sai da kayanka ba. Challenges ɗin shine idan har za ka fita ka tallata to da a samu masu yi. Amma idan ka zauna ka ce sai an zo kafin a saya to da ka yi ta zama da abinka har ka dinga tunanin cewa wannan kasuwancin ba kasuwa bane da kai za ka amfana a kansa ko kuma da ka samu riba a kansa. So don haka babban shawara shine amfani da agent wajen tallata hajarmu yana da matukar muhimmanci. Misali promotion da aka dinga zuwa ana yi to ba in an yi a tsaya iya wanda aka zo aka taimaka mana ba, mu ma da kanmu ya kamata mu dinga ɗaukan nauyin kanmu. Muna ɗaukan nauyin agent, suna shiga ƙauyuka suna wayar da kan mutane, suna nemo mana customers da za su zo san cewa muna wannan abun, to wannan yana matukar taimakawa. Shine ƙarin bayanin da yana akan matsalolin da ake fuskanta a cikin kasuwancinmu.
Thank you. Now go there, Hajiya. So what Hajiya just mentioned is that, you see, toilet business owner, the secret in it as a TBO is that the more people you see, the more toilet you sell. It has no any other formula. If you don't go out to market your toilet, people will not come to buy your toilet. And to the extent you will just sit down and you feel, Kai, this is not a business for you. The more you go out to meet people, is exactly the more toilets. It's just like reciprocating to the more toilet you will sell. So basically, she encouraged us to make do with the opportunity as a TBO and always go out to sell our toilet. So that's fine, Hajiya. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Madam Nancy. You are one of the very good hands in in Benue, providing toilets. This is an opportunity for us to learn from you. How do you deal with competition? Are you still selling toilet? But before then, can you take us through how you became a TBO and tell us if you are still selling toilets and what would you have to say about competition in selling of toilets, please?
Good afternoon, all. I started this business since 2018. Wash unit of my local government called me to come and see. You know, I'm a businesswoman before, so they know me. They know if I want to do something, I will do it. They now call me, there is a business, I should come and look inside. When I came, I was happy. I have agreed to do the business. As I start doing the business, I see profit inside. I used to sell cement, and this promotes my sales, because if you want to construct toilets, you must use cement. Then I started selling my cement together with toilets. Now, even if you don't have money to buy Sato, there is a way I will teach you how you will do and you construct your toilet. I always move up and down because I was selling my cement very well. When I know this business, it made me not to sleep because there was money inside. And when I bring the Sato, I now went to one of my colleagues and inside there, the woman told me she doesn't have money. I said, let me put my sample there. I now put it. She was paying me small, small, small. And whenever I started talking to women, they didn't understand because it was new. I now tell them to go there and see that sample. This is what women are using now. Tell your husband, you know, if any woman see a rapper, a fine rapper, the husband will not sleep. So I went through women, that every woman in this community, if you doesn't have this type of toilet, you are no longer. So they started coming to me up and down. They need toilet, they need toilet. Some will say, I don't have money. How are we going to do? I will ask them, how do you want us to do? Let me be paying you small, small. I say, no problem. If I trust you that you will pay me back, I will do it for you. So the complaint continue. I now call them, let's come together and be doing adashi. 1,000. If they join the 1,000, they give you. You do your own toilet. Next week will be this one. Next week will be this one. But the business was not moving as I want because my aim was to sell my cement and they start to quick. I now turn this to cooperative. I invite even men, women, and young guys. They don't like it. We have about 150 members now. We used to contribute. Every month, we used to get like 1 million. We can give 2 or 3 people in a month. And they are rushing. Everybody is now coming that I want to be your member, I want to be your member. Now the business is moving well. My cement is buying well. They are even telling me to be buying rod to be selling it for them. But I'm here too.
Excellent.
But I want to do. The community now like me. They used to call me like Sato woman. The way they love me in my business, I'm happy. As well as I used to enter anywhere because I'm a woman. Nobody will question me of going to his house to be talking to the woman. I'm a woman too. I can't love any woman. So they are happy with me. I'm enjoying this business. There are some people here that they know me since 2018. I was not fat like this.
I'm telling you.
But I'm enjoying the business now very well. And I love it. And I want to continue doing it.
That is it.
My children are happy. And I'm happy too. Around me, before, if you want to go out, there are sheets everywhere, everywhere. Now, if I'm passing by, children will be running. Hey, mommy, see shit here. Mommy Sato is coming. They will start packing it quick because I don't want to see it. In my community, you will not see any shit around me. They know me that I don't want this. And in terms of sanitation, I was telling them, if you go to toilet, you must wash your hands. I now move around to construct a typical tippy tap for them to be washing their hands. And children are very, very happy to wash hands all the times. If they tell me it's spoiled, I will not go back and construct it for you again. And I used to buy a carton of soap. Any place they construct toilets, I will dash. But I know what I'm doing. If I dash you a soap, there is a way I will bring back my money. That is how I'm doing.
That's great. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. And 2 years back, you had a problem with one Sato dealer that was saying that your Sato power was even fake when he was selling it too expensive. I hope you have taken over the market.
Yes. Now. In my local government, we are 2.
Okay.
I'm with 1 man. But the man is not having customer like me.
Excellent.
The man is selling at 3,000 naira while I'm selling it 1,650. If you go there, you can't buy it. I say, come to me, you will buy it. Excellent. And I have children that are helping me to sell. They used to carry it in the markets and be shouting 1,600, 1,000. If they go to this man I started telling them 3,000 naira per sato. One woman will say, if you enter market, you will buy it at this price. They are my own. That's how I'm doing it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, can we give her a round of applause? Yeah, I know you are curious, but hold on. There's going to be time for that. Let's deal with them first. Thank you very much. Thank you. Observation. Okay, please. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes, please, sir. Yeah, thank you very much. Go ahead.
So what I want to observe here is most of the presentation was made now. It is on mostly private houses.
Hmm.
And you know, this business of toilet is two categories.
Hmm.
We have the one we are doing here in FCT, the whole FCT. We take care of all motor park, markets.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere
That's
there is more than 10 people gathering, we take care to build public toilet and operate it there.
Excellent.
So, you know, when we build, we are not selling. We put managers to manage and make sure they make environment clean. So in their presentation, I didn't hear they present anyone of either motor park or market or whatever.
Okay.
So that's what I want to observe.
Thank you very much. So that's fine. I know she mentions issue around PPP, but she never go in details. She mentioned that she also operates as a PPP. Haji Hadiza, you have public toilet, right? Haji Hadiza tana the public toilet, what they take managing, but we will get to that. Your observation is noted, and at the end of it all, we will get to that. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You know, I did a lot of toilet as he was asking.
Yeah.
All the school around me, if you go there, you see my name on the toilet. And the churches, even our center church, I have more than 6 stories there because there is a lot of people worship there. In my shop, I did a toilet at the back. Toilets are there. And I'm still moving school from school. I am even out of my local government. I'm not doing it only in my local government because there was a time from this secondary school, they come and visited them and they see the SATO there and they call me. I'm from Benue State, Taka local government. They call me to join the local government. They ask them who did this for them. And they now call me, ask me whether I can go to them. I went there and construct 6 stories in their school. And another school called me again. This is how I'm moving around.
That's great.
That's not only in my local government.
That's
anytime you see me, other school is still calling me as I'm here.
Thank you very much. So basically, madam, can you, on your own part, tell us, you are doing well. I mean, there's a lot of progress from the last 2 years that I have seen you. That's excellent. And you also confirmed to us because you put on weight, and congratulations to you. So, but tell us, what are these support you might need to be able to expand? Because from the presentation that was actually taken by Chief herself, it means we have a problem. In one out of every 4 need the toilet. We have to do something differently. But in your own part, what kind of support do you think you need that can help you boost this sanitation business as a TBO?
In fact, I have financial challenge because from Taka to when the local government is far. For me to go there and construct their toilet, if I'm going far, I have to put more price on them. And I'm supposed to be doing it at the least price so that everybody can afford. But for me to be going far, That's the challenge. And my people need loan. If you go to where we are giving loan, 12 or 15 people can be asking, give me, and we can't give everybody at a time. So I'm having financial challenge.
So what's the interest like? The interest you put on your loan, what is like, how much, the interest?
10%.
10%,
Yes.
wow. Wow, excellent. Okay, please, can you give it to him? What are your challenges, sir? Can you, yeah. What are the challenges? Do you face any challenge? I mean, sorry, is there any support you think you need that will boost your business as a TBO?
Yes.
Yeah.
The support I need from the business is financial support.
Oh, you too.
Because what I'm saying, financial support is this. To my own, I have already passed from a local government. I have entered state to do all this construction. So, and what I need, what financial support I need is, if I go some states like this, I can mobilize boys there and train them. Yes, I can train them from that side and open a business, just rent place and start doing the business there.
Business expansion.
Business expansion.
Excellent.
That is what I need. That is what I'm talking about, financial support from us.
That's great. So, Hajiya, ko za ki iya gaya mana akwai wani irin taimako ne kike bukata ya kamata a shigo da shi saboda inganta, yanzu kuna abu mai kyau kuma akalla muna ganin toilet ɗin da kuke yi, amma wani irin taimako ne kike son a shigo da shi saboda a inganta ainihin salagen da ake iya ginawa, saboda gaskiya abinda ita chief ta faɗa ya razanar, mai razanarwa ne sosai. Kowane mutane hudu ɗaya na bukatan toilet a Najeriya har yanzu dai akwai matsala. So wani irin support ne saboda mu yi wani abu daban?
To gaskiya taimakon da muke bukata na farko hawan farashi.
Okay.
Yana daga cikin abin da yake kawo mana na ƙasa a cikin kasuwancinmu. Da mu zo a farashin da ake ba mu loan na household da farashin yanzu akwai bambanci. Yanzu kamar a local government ɗina akwai wajen da sai na kashe wajen 100,000 kafin na toni toilet wa mutum ɗaya. To dole kuɗin wani yana shiga wani. Kuma yau da aka sai abu ka gama mutum ya zo ya same ka, ka gama masa lissafin abin da zai kashe, kana zuwa kasuwa sai ka samu abin ya canja akan abin da ka sani. To baka isa ka dawo wajen ka zo ka masa complain cewa kuɗin nan ya ƙaru ba, saboda ka riga ka gaya musu, kai kake sayarwa kuma kai ka masa total. So wannan yana kawo mana matsala, rashin kuɗi yana sa mu siyo abin da yawa mu zo mu zuba, saboda karancin kasuwancin mu ba guda ɗaya bane, muna wannan wani na shiga cikin wani. To muna so a ƙara taimaka mana ko da kayan ko kuma da ƙarin kuɗi akan wanda ake bamu domin mu sai kayan mu zuba don ganin mun taimaka. Idan har ba kuɗi a wajenmu, to abin da ake bukatan fa mu yi ɗin ba zai samu ba. Saboda kullum kuna tambayar mu mun yi idan ba kuɗin to da me za mu yi, abubuwan suna mana yawa. To muna roƙon a ƙara buɗa mana, mu kuma mu ƙara ƙoƙarin ganin cewa idan mun yi mun karɓo mu mayar, ba idan an ba mu juya ta wani hanya da ba mu mayar ba, balle a kasa gane muna ci gaba ko ba ma ci gaba. Idan har akwai matsalan rashin ba mu kuɗi isasshe, to mu ma muna da laifin na rashin mai da kuɗi akan lokaci. So muna roƙo a taimaka mana don ganin cewa mu ma mun muku abin da kuke so, mu ƙara akan na daɗin. Wannan shine.
Okay, that's it. Actually, Hajiya mentioned here that there is a problem now that there is this epileptic cost of toilet materials. In fact, if you are not careful, you will take order from a client. By the time you get to, it's you that did the calculation for the client. All he needs from you is the toilet. And by the time you are in the market, you realize there is a problem. The costs have gone up. And you cannot come back to the clients and tell him, listen, you have to add more money, because they won't take you seriously. So if they can have access to loan, so that they can stock the materials, it will take longer time before they can exhaust it. So this constant rise or in cost of toilet materials will have been taken care of. Though they are accessing, from what she mentioned, that they are loans that they are accessing, but this is if they can have opportunity to actually pile stock, is important, so that they can buy materials that can actually last, not everyday visiting market for materials they don't have for the construction of toilet. It's also same as him. He feel there is need for loan, and also madam. That's excellent. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, very briefly, Haja, you are kinan ke mace kuma kina samar da toilet. Kin ba da shawaran ya kamata a samu mata su shigo cikin wannan tafiya a matsayinsu na TBO suna constructing toilet. Akwai wani hoɓɓasa ne wadda ku a matsayinku na TBO za ku iya yi saboda ganin an shawo kan gwamnati su zo su taimaka muku, ba lallai sai ana tunanin ko UNICEF ko wasu organization za su yi ba. Akwai wani abin da kuke iya yi ne, kuna irin haɗuwa ku yi meeting, ko kuma menene abin da kuke yi da zai iya haɗa kanku ko yake haɗa kanku saboda ku shawo kan gwamnati saboda a taimaka?
To alhamdulillahi, ta yadda muke shawo ko kuma mukan yi mitin, kuma kamar ni gaskiyar magana duk abin da ya haɗa da mata yana da sauƙi, wani lokaci kuma yana da wahala. To a matsayina na shugaba, ba ina jira sai lokacin mitin ne nake ziyartar sauran 'yan uwana TBOS ba. A sati nakan ziyarci washi unit ya kai sau 3, kuma nakan tuntuɓe su ta waya, kuma ni nakan samu lokaci na shiga ƙaramar hukumarmu a matsayina na 'yar siyasa. Na haɗa kai da local government ɗina ta wajen nuna musu muhimmancin taimakawa al'ummansu don ganin sun mallaki wannan shadda ingantacce da ake so, domin local government ɗinmu ta ƙara amfanuwa da wannan shirin domin samun lafiyar al'umman da suke yankin. Misali, nakan samu duk ciyaman ɗin da ya zo ko kiyateka, nakan haɗa 'yan uwana mu je mu gabatar masa da kanmu ta wajen duk wani kwangila da za a yi wanne ya shafi gina shadda. Gaskiyar magana muna iya ƙoƙarinmu mu ga cewa gwamnati ta bamu don ganin cewa mun yi wannan aikin, mun samu ta wannan hanya, ko kuma muna tallata musu cewa ga abin da muke yi, ga kasuwancin da muke yi, ga inda muka fara, ga inda muka tsaya, ga kuma taimakon da muke nema local government ta yi mana. Gaskiya suna taimakawa. Sannan kuma akwai kamar ni a matsayina na mace, yanda nake samun, akwai abu mai wahala da a ce mace kamar a wannan lokaci da muke na lokacin ruwa, ward ɗinmu suna da nisa, bayan da a yi kullum ina kan mashin wajen bin ward ina tallata haja na. Sai na yi amfani da wani dama na agent. An yi training ɗina da mesin guda 3, amma a yanzu ina da mesin guda 13. Kowanne ward ɗaya ina da mesin guda 1. Sannan kowanne ward ɗaya ina da agent guda 1. Ta yadda na sa wa wannan agent ɗin competition, duk wanda ya je tallata hajar mu ya samo mai son shadda guda 1 yana da naira 1000, wadda idan ka kawo min kawai mutumin in tona masa dan baka 1000 ladan ka kenan. To wannan dalilin ya sa suna rige-rige don ganin shiga, maimakon ni in ta yawon shiga ƙauyukan, to su suke mun wannan aikin, su je su nemo su kawo. Idan suka kawo ni kuma zan bi in je in ga mutane, in gana da su, in ga wajen da da a musu, ta yanda ni kuma da musu total ga yanda da a yi, ga inda da a yi, wanda yake da kuɗi a hannun masa, wanda kuma yake neman loan, mu tsara ya za a yi. Wannan shine hanyoyin da nake bi da kuma muke cin nasara, da kuma gwamnati take taimaka mana don ganin cewa kasuwancin mu ya ci gaba.
Thank you very much. What Haja just mentioned is that one thing is they make sure once there is change of leadership of the local government, they go as a TBO to introduce themselves. Because if you don't go to introduce yourself, there might be misconception about what you do. If you have taken the lead to do that, you must have made him understand what you stand for and why you are doing the kind of work, collecting money and delivering toilets as TBOs. So what she also mentioned is that as a leader of TBOs in her local government, she doesn't wait until end of month when they are having a meeting before she actually visit the wash unit for a meeting. All she do once she have time, she actually visit the wash unit to know the areas which they need to also move on and also learn from the wash unit. So there is this synergy between the TBOs and the wash unit. And one other thing is that once there is a leadership, I know of a chairman, Hajia was not the best performing TBO some 2-3 years ago. And once she sat down and she said, this is my turn. I have to be the best performing TBO. How does Hajia does that? She actually went to a local government chairman. She said to him, sir, you know you are a politician. He said, yes, of course I am. You see, there is something you need to do differently that nobody have done it. People will start thinking of, how do you think of doing this? Maybe you will do better for us. The local government chairman actually asked her, what do you mean by that? Hajia here present now told him, you need to buy Satopan and share to those that cannot afford it. Satopan, you can use Satopan to eat, to actually put food to eat. If you have it, you will try your possible best to utilize it to construction of toilet. So once she convinced him, he buy in and asked her to supply Satopan. She went and buy Satopan in the hands of the TBO, the local government chairman, and they identified those in need that cannot afford, and they distributed the Satopan. She later took note of the wards that these beneficiaries actually came from and visit them. I can construct toilets that is affordable for you. With this your Satopan, you can have improved toilet. All you need is to get some amount of money, and of course your toilet is there. So she also went there. They paid her some token from, they paid her token to install the Satopan, and these people are happily using their toilets. This actually, just a kind of span her a number of toilets constructed, because one thing is that we put them on competition. The best performing TBO for the month will be stated at all platforms in the state. Will carry it, that these are the best the first, second, and the third performing TBOs. So if you continue to maintain for 3-4 times, of course you will attend the state level coordination meeting so that we can learn from you. So that's one thing. She also mentioned that one thing they do is that they make sure they coordinate each other. Coordination is critical. And she utilized agents. Agents is everything. She said she is a woman. She cannot be moving up and down with bike. What she did was to make sure, in fact, UNICEF trained her with only three masons. But now she has 13 masons, trained masons by her. She also have agents situated in every ward, so that the masons and agents go to look for the clients, and then she give 1,000 naira for anybody, any agent that actually bring her those she will deliver toilet for. So you see that everyone is competing to get her client. So they are doing the work for her, but of course she is also supporting them, she is paying them. So lastly, sir, in your opinion, ina son na sani, okay, bari yi amfani da Hausa saboda ka fahimci abin da kyau. Ta yaya kake ganin yanzu idan ka bar nan, kaga dai Haji Chief ta yi magana, ita madam ma ta yi magana, duk wayanda suka yi bayani a nan sun yi bayani. Okay, mun fahimci akwai matsala. Menene idan ka koma za ka yi daban wanda zai samar da ainihin nasara fiye da inda kake yi a da? Wanda kaga idan aka samar da nasara, kowane TBO yana samar da nasara irin haka, zai taimaka wa Najeriya wajen neman zamowa open defecation free, saboda ingantaccen shadda shi ne komai.
Assalamu alaikum. Abin guda biyu ne. Na farko kafin in je kan tambayan da kamun akwai abin da nke tsammani ko muke so su wannan kungiyoyi da suke taimakawa su ga cewa by 2025 an yi declaring open defecation free a Nigeria. Kamar yadda UNICEF suke iya kokarin su suke sayan sato daga company su raba wa mutane. Hakika wannan yana ɗaya daga cikin abin da yake taimakawa, domin idan wani in an bashi iya kyautan sato latrine da aka kan constructing latrine da ɗaya costing ɗinka wajen 50,000. So amma in an baka sato da ake sai da shi 2,500 ko 2,000 naira, sai ka ji a ranka kana so ka gina latrine albarkacin wannan kyautan saton da aka baka. So da haka UNICEF, thank you for this. Kuma da Allah a sake taimakawa, kamar mu Yobe gaskiya ko da ma ana bamu gaskiya ana bamu kaɗan ne, kamar yi a TBO ma ni ba a taɓa bani ba, amma dai yana da kyau a samu a linka kai mana mu ma raba wa mutanen mu, ko da a ce ba a gina masu toilet ba in an ba su sato yawanci sukan yi kokarin su ga cewa sun yi wannan. Sannan na biyu taimakon da muke ƙara nema shine kamar mu yanzu a area mu Borno Yobe akwai muna da harvesting period wanda October, November, December zuwa dai January. Mutane suna zuwa su tambayi ka ba su bashi ka gina masu banɗaki za su biya ka a wannan lokacin. To idan jarinka bai wuce ka yi wa mutum 100 ko 50, kuma wanda suke so sun kai at least mutum 400 ko 450. So kaga idan an taimaka mana mu as a TBOS za a iya ba mu wani grant a ce ga shi wannan at the end of the year ko kuma every end of the year da ka ba da kaza, a taimaka mana da wani fan domin mu ga cewa duk wanda yake bukata a daidai wannan lokacin. In ka ba da guda 100 to sai dai ka jira baɗi kuma duka sake ba da 100 saboda shine iya capacity ka. Amma idan kana da capacity da zaka iya gina latrin kamar guda duk yayin da mutane suke bukata zaka iya gina wasu, to wannan zai taimaka sosai. Please da Allah kai hakuri sai ka koma kan tambayan da kamin na.
Okay, tambaya na biyu dama muna son mu sani me za ku yi differently in ka koma, what will you do differently looking at the challenges da muke ciki yanzu and the need to speed up action a construction of toilet. What would you do differently as you live here?
Okay. Abin da yanzu na sa a zuciyana yana ɗaya daga cikin, idan na koma duk da a da akwai lokacin da farkon muka fara abin sanitation marketing da ACF, mukan je ni on my own a under company mu na Dawo Latin Construction Company, mun yi training mutane, mukan ba su sato su tafi kasuwanni na ƙauye. Idan suka je suna bayani akan sato, ai gashi nan abu ne wanda ake amfani da shi a bayan gida, ba za ka ji wari ba, ba za ka ji kyankyaso ba, ba za ka ji komi ba. Mutane su ce wani irin abu ne wannan, gashi nan aga yadda yake, nawa ake sayarwa kaza ne. So wayannan hanyoyin sukan taimaka wajen a yi banɗaki da yawa. Sannan bayan wannan duk inda ka samu, idan kai engaging mutane, yanzu haka muna da kamar mota da ake magana pickup yar karama, za a da sa masu, mun yi kamar riga na company.
Okay, akwai gobe akwai wannan din
yawa,
saboda kar mu shiga abin da za a yi gobe.
Yawa, to shine idan ya zama cewa aka rinka bi duk inda aka samu mass gathering a rinka tallata masu wannan.
Okay.
Yawa, to shine a yi amfani da community engagement of community leaders. It is very very important. Domin sukan enlighten din mutane cewa gashi akan abin da shafi latin. So thank you very much.
So basically what he is actually talking about is, you know, this is a family of sanitation business people and stakeholders that support the business, sanitation business activity. So the thing is that there are various projects, especially he comes from a very volatile environment. The project actually support those that are in maybe camps, those that cannot afford, those that are in need with a kind of satopan, so that they can act that at least as a kind of incentive for them to use and then construct their toilets. So as a TBO, that is the kind of project which also is very prevalent in their states, Borno, Yobe, and then I also know that in Zamfara there is a project like that, right, madam? There is a project like that supporting with Satopan and things, even subsidy. That's correct. So basically, so for the fact sanitation voucher. So if this project is not in your place, please know that the project you are actually on is is not about giving voucher or giving Sato pan. UNICEF cannot buy Sato pan and distribute for everybody. And every project comes with its own fees, So that's how it is. So he also mentioned that I think for him, when he leaves this place, promotion is going to take the lead in whatever he does. And I also agree with him. So finally, can we just have just 2 minutes, 2 questions? Is there any question from you to them? Can we have, let's say 2? 1, can you say 1, sir? 1, right? And then 2, right? Excellent. So we have 2. Over to you, sir. Can you give him? Yes.
My question here is, you know, we have, as I know, we have 2 types of toilet.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly the one was presented here, that
household.
House one. And we know we have another type, which is mostly 99% are using in the cities, that water system.
Ah, okay.
Because most of the toilets, the one was presented here is not water systems they are talking. They are talking about just the pit one. And most of the cities, they use water system,
okay,
which was not mentioned here right now.
Thank you very much.
And why it was not mentioned, and most of the cities, there is open defecation. And it was not mentioned here. And you see, there's many challenges in the water system, because when you build it, you have to provide water for it. Either from tap water, if the city have tap water, or from borehole, or from whatever, you must provide water for it. And most of the cities are using it. Why it was not mentioned here in the presentation?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, the second question.
Afternoon. Odibo Moses from Benue State, TBO.
Okay.
My own is not a question. I want to remind Mrs. Nancy. She forgot something. And during her work, she always disturbed me. He said that she have a toilet, she have satopan and cement. But anytime her customer is keeping disturbing her, he said how she is going to do about the road. Then me, Nancy, and Omoja here with my colleagues from Ado local government. Some of them from, how do they call it, Konshisha. We are in 8 in number. We join our head together. You know, toilet business is not something that a person will just wake up and do it alone. We share an idea. Then we, you know, business is just like a politics. If you go for plan A, where the thing is not working out, you change to plan B. When you have challenges of road, then we bring the idea. We construct something that inside this here, breeze here, cement day inside, road day inside, satopan day inside, and we solve it. I will raise it. Hold it for me, make I raise it.
Okay. Hello. That's excellent.
Satopan is 2,500. Why the whole blocks is 3,000? So 5,500 naira.
That's excellent.
Then
okay,
with 5,500 naira.
Thank you.
Then you don't get your toilet.
No problem. Yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, that's excellent, this innovation. So the thing is that I will have to start with the first question, and I'll also link it to your previous concern. I want you to know, sir, that toilets that are not managed, we learned that from the MDGs provided sanitation facilities in public places. You can never go to any local government in Nigeria and still find these toilets functional. The MDGs toilets. You know, MDGs go to parks and provide almost everywhere. They provided toilet. But the challenge that was there is that these toilets are not owned by anybody. So at the end of the day, nobody owns the toilet. Once the toilet is, when they mess it up, and that's all. And then before you know it, it starts dilapidating. We learn from that, that if there have to be public toilet, it must be owned by somebody. And sir, I also want to bring it up to you that if you have toilets that are in school, in markets and motor parks, please, there have to be payment, even if it is a token that will be used to maintain and also support the people that will handle this, that will be actually supervising this facility, or else it is not going to be sustainable. I know we have a couple of toilets in public places in Abuja that are well managed. If you go into the toilet, you cannot even say you are in a toilet. You feel very comfortable and never want to come out of it. So this is the example we want. Let toilet be a conveniency, not a place you will close your nose and you hardly breathe, and at the end of the day, open defecation will be the best option for you. So sir, UNICEF actually came in with a PPP approach. But of course, UNICEF only come with a strategy to make it beautiful for government to key in and buy in. In Bauchi, for instance, I know of a local government that have benefited with, Haja, you are a beneficiary of UNICEF-supported PPP water scheme, yeah? Excellent. We have a local government that have 16 TBOS supported with PPP, a kind of solar. When the government provide the land in the market, the PPP operator or the owner of the toilet use the plan that is provided by UNICEF to construct the same plan as a toilet, and then UNICEF now provide water that can be reticulated into your toilet facility. And of course, the community continue to use the water. You see, you as the PPP operator, the toilet operator, will not even you will always be supervising the water scheme because you know why it's important for you. And then so it's very helpful and very, very important. So we are going to also note it. If this is not happening, well, of course, I know the team will look for a way in order to get a government involved to be able to also come in with this PPP idea. And if PPP is not there, please facilitate to ensure that the private sector take the lead because there is money in it. Of course, it's very important. These are very critical. And I also want you to know, sir, that if you allow me, I think you have to reserve whatever you have with regards to this toilet you are seeing, this Satopan. You see, I'm not a promoter of Satopan, but when I hardly find any toilets that is cheap, is very durable, and at the end of the day, I just find myself promoting Satopan. But ordinarily, I'm not a promoter of Satopan. So you ask all the questions, sir, because there are TBOs here. These ones you are seeing, they are so innovative that they can even they can actually change the Satopan that you think is just for pit to pour flush. And you see this issue around water is taken care of. You see, I told you I'm not a promoter of Satopan. Allow them, when you are in that session, when you go for the exhibition, ask all the questions and sir, you have all the right answers. Thank you very much, sir, for supporting Madam Nancy for what she's doing and then the motivation she is also giving. This is to show that TBOs have this bond, have this synergy. And that's what we want. Okay. So basically, I also know that Lixil, as I said, I'm not a promoter of Satopan. But Lixil also, because ceramic stool is so expensive that not everyone can afford. Lixil also go ahead to provide a kind of a stool. I think they even have it here. So before, I think it's important for us to give the our colleagues here. Can we give them opportunity to say a word or two? Madam, is there anybody from our brothers and sisters that are there that actually are on wheel, because it's on wheelchair, to actually support us, because you haven't mentioned anything? Why is it that? Yeah. There is session on that. Tomorrow. I mean, that's great. Good to have you guys. That's it. That is one big family. That's it. Okay. So this, ladies and gentlemen, there's a session on that for tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have done extremely wonderful, and we have learned so much from you. And we hope that when next we meet, we should be counting lesser number of people without improved toilets, meaning next year, because we have just 3 years. As we go out there, let's do something differently. But before you leave here, I want to assure you that this time around there is going to be a very beautiful power holding for you to be rest assured that people have understood all what you have delivered. Don't fold my hands. Please. Please, I'm begging you. Are we ready? Power holding. So, okay, can we give them a round of applause as they take their seats? Please, you can go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are on to the fourth session of the day, and my name is Abdullah Abdul Salam. And this one, we actually going to ask from the audience. We know there are a lot of TBOs that are out there. Madam Neka will help me jot down some of this idea, some of these inputs they will be providing to us. Thank you very much, ma'am. There is not going to be a kind of session where we will invite them or have a group session. All we need to do is to throw up. My team that are, you have this? Where's my other colleague? One is also available there. He can also have it. So, the TBOs, if you are a TBO, can you please wave your hands? Wave it. Oh, God, you guys are the best. Thank you very much. Put it down. Okay, your question now. What are the key results achieved in terms of you as a TBO? What are the key results achieved so far? Can you just, in just 1 or 2, let's say 3 seconds. Wane nasarori ne kuka samu a matsayinka na TBO? Akwai nasarorin da ka samu za ka iya gaya mana? Yes. Who? Okay. Yeah. We will take like 4. Let's take 4.
Assalamu alaikum. Sunana Bala Musa.
Aminti daya?
Bako local government.
Yeah. Katsina?
State Bako local
Bala
government.
Musa, Katsina.
Na samu nasarori da yawa sosai
Okay.
kan wannan shiri na santishin makita. Lokacin da suka dauke mu ayyukan nan suka gwada mana cewa ku zo ga ci gaba ya zo wanda za ku taimaki Najeriya da jihar Katsina da local government ɗinka gaba ɗaya. Domin matsalai kawar da kwalara. Suka nan kai mu asibitoci muka duba muka ganin mutane suna kwanciya da yawa. An kawo masa lahiya saboda matsalar wannan ba haya, kuda ya hawo ya zo ya taɓa yaro ya zo ci abinci a kawo shi asibiti a kwantar da shi. Muka nuna za mu taimaka kwarai da gaske kuma ga sana'a ce wadda za mu samu wani abu insha Allah.
That's fine.
Muka yi kokari muka shiga ciki muka iya bakin kokarinmu akan wannan abubuwan. Muka shiga lunguna da kasuwanni da tashoshin mota da church da masallatai. Kafin ma a kawo sato, Travel Squatin ɗin nan su muka fara talla. Muna nuna mutane mahimmancin shi akan cewa ku zo ku yi amfani da wannan abubuwa don samun sauki a gidajenku da ci gaban rayuwarku. Mutane da yawa da na karkara da cikin birni suka karɓi wannan abin da mahimmanci. Ya zanto cewa a asibitoci idan za ka je sai kai kwana 7 ma baka ga an kawo mutum saboda ciwon kwalara ba. Kaga wannan ba karamar nasara ba ce. Sannan wannan mahimmanci kuma suka ce za mu ƙara ba su. Mu ƙara nuna musu to za mu ci gaba da wannan ayyuka fa a wannan lunguna. Idan kana da kuɗi duka ka ba mu. In kana da abin saidawa ma mu saya abubuwan nan mu shigo da shi gari mu sayar.
Okay.
Mu yi maka bashi ma. Mu ɗauki sati 1 ko sati 2 ka biya mu. To hakika wannan abin da muka ɗauka mun samu nasara akan shi da yawa. Saboda ƙauyukan da ke cikin ƙaramin hukumar Bakori ba shi kaɗai ba har mun shiga wata ƙaramin hukuma ma muna inganta wannan abubuwa don suna kiran muna zuwa muna masu wannan ayyukan. Musamman Danja, ita Bakorin kanta, kafin local gaman, har daga cikin yankunan kankara wasu yankuna daga ciki, har zuwa Faskari. Kaɗan daga ciki inda suka shahi Bakorin to kaga nasara ce wadda aka samu ci gaba ba bakurin kadai ba, an shiga makotanta ma ana yi wannan ayyukan. Ya zanto wannan da abubuwa da muke samu din, to sai ga sato Allah ya kawo shi ya fi wancan abin sauki. To ku zo ga wani ci gaba kuma Allah ya kawo wanda ya ɗara wancan. Mutane suka gamsu da wannan abin, suka karba, suka yi amfani da wani ci gaban. Satan da maka dinka sai da masu 2,000, 2,200. Idan kana da direct sai mu je a farke, bai shi kashe 10,000 ba sai a gyara maka shi. Ya zanto har mutanen na ƙauyukan nan suna rububi kan cewa a zo a yi musu wani abun, sun fahimce shi. Ba zan manta ba, na taɓa zuwa gidan wasu Fulani zan yi musu wannan, su garo nan suka ce wannan menene abinci ne, na ce musu a'a wannan wani abin ne wanda za a sa a bayi don kun inganta rayuwarku.
Okay.
To ya za a yi shi? Nawa ake sai da shi? Na ce musu kunji za ku sai 2,200, za ku so siminti a buɗe wannan a gyara. To ba mu da kuɗi. Sai dai wannan ya akuya, na ce musu wannan akuya za ta yi 10,000 ko 12. Bari in saye ta ni in kawo kayan aiki in muku aiki. Haka na sai wannan akuya na kawo masu kayan aiki, ne masu aiki suka gyara. Abin da ya ba su sha'awa kafin ma su fara a zuwa gurin, sai ga wani ya rugo da gudu ya kwanta a cikin wani abubuwa yana ganin abin ya yi mishi kyau. Ce mashi ai ba gurin kwanciya bane wannan, wajen inda za ku inganta rayuwarku ne. Ya ce haka ake yi. In ce mutu kaga irin wannan ana dai za ku samu cigaba, ba za ku ƙara samun kwalara ko ciwuka a cikinku ba. Abin da sauran da muka samu kenan da kaɗan daga ciki.
Thank you very much. Excellent. So basically the idea is, if you tell people to construct toilet, nobody will construct toilet. You need to let people know why they need the toilet. And some of them will bring out their goods and now want to barter it for you to construct the toilet. At the end of the day, it's even the TBO that will remove money to actually maybe offset the balance that maybe the goat is even more than the toilet. At the end of the day, the 3,000 naira will be balanced by the TBO. So basically, colleagues, I think we will take 2 contributions, and then we will have to resort to making this a group session for every state, so that we can have the best. In fact, we can even have the enablers and barriers to toilet construction, right? I think it's good we have it. So I know they are working, they are printing it up, but can any of, yes, can you also give, is there anybody that want to provide the achievement? Okay, yeah, please. I will just take 2 more, one there, and then, which states are? FCT.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Okay, FCT, yes.
Sunana Ibrahim Kaba Umar daga Bauchi.
Just 1 minute, sir. Thank you very much.
My name is Ibrahim Kaba Umar from Bauchi Local Government, and I'm a chairman of the TBO. And more so, again, I'm a public toilet operator. But the 1 minute, my reasons or my achievements are infinite. So 1 minute or so cannot take me.
Now 2 minutes and that's all. Thank you very much.
Sir. So I wanted to respond to one of my colleagues. Na so ma da ansa cikin kankanin lokaci a cikin nasarorin da na samu daga wani dattijo shugabanmu daga FCTA. Mu a TBO na Bauchi yawancinmu muna da public toilet, kuma with difference. Muna da innovative abubuwa wanda mun zo sanction tun da Allah ya kawo mu, ku ne host mu, za mu zauna mu karu daga gare ku, kuma ku karu daga gare mu. Wannan kenan. Amma cikin abubuwan da muka samar ko kuma muka samu cin nasarori, ni na farko dai welder ne. I'm a professional metal constructor. But lokacin da aka shiga recession, waton shekarun dimuwa da muka yi na baya, wannan business na toilet ta taimaka mun ban fita Najeriya da sawu ba. Ita ta rike ni, ta ciyar da ni, ta shayar da ni, kuma na ba mu sauran al'umma ayyukan yi, wanda shike bai faru ba sai da gudumawa mai muhimmanci daga local government da wash da kuma gwamnanmu na Bauchi wanda ya wuce, kuma shine aka sake zabansa yanzu, wanda ya ba mu kyautan filaye, kuma ya ba mu ruwa na PPP da ake faɗa nan. I mean, one of the beneficiary. Da kuma nasarorin da na samu, wannan gaskiya may not be zai iya ba zan yi mention na shi ba. Akwai wasu wadda suka zo ma daga wasu jihohi, Yobe, sun zo going through, sun ga wayannan nasarorin da idanunsu, kuma mun amfanu daga gare su, kuma mu ma sun amfana daga gare mu. So in the time aka ba mu wadataccen time za mu amayar da abubuwan da muka zo da shi a guzuri. Jazakallahu khairan.
Thank you very much. The reason why we establish this is for you to know, while you are out there during the session, utilize the opportunity. Nobody is saying you cannot discuss with the TBO that is not in your state. Learn as much as you can from your colleagues. This is a great opportunity that has been provided to us. Utilize it wisely. Thank you very much. Is there any contribution from you, ma'am?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akintola Abimbola from Oyo State, Nigeria. It's a very great opportunity for me to be here this afternoon, because for me to be a TBO, one of the TBO in Oyo State, this gives me a great opportunities. It exposes me to more business opportunities in my axis. According to what they've taught us today, I know that apart from installing toilets, I can create another business of extracting feces, giving it out for those who are going to use it for fertilizers in my communities. That is one. It exposes me to community leaders in my environment. For instance, I can meet with baales and every other community leaders and introduce all these things to them. I will not deceive you in my area. Whenever for instance, some are dropping physics in the bush around. When they say, TBO is around, most of them will be afraid because they know that I will report them. So this makes me to have clean environment in my area. So this is business opportunity that I believe is very good. And I know that with this, we have a clean and free, fair environment very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So in terms of fecal sludge management, madam, please, while we extract feces to be used as fertilizer, it's a serious thing. Let's ensure that these feces are actually decomposed completely. And if they are coming from a twin pit toilet, that one of the toilets filled up and has been left unused for like 6 months, 7 months, we are sure that there is no more feces that is going in, so the metabolic activities will happen and it will be 100% safe. So that's fine. But in fact, in Bauchi, thanks to Chief, we thought we have done it all. We have developed, we are working on fecal sludge management guideline. We thought now we have the document because of the kind of technicality in it. When we brought the document to the chief for support, she actually proved to us that we have not started working on fecal sludge management guideline. As we speak, on the 21st of last month was when the final version is going to be out, but we want to be very sure that this time around, if it comes to our table, there's going to be, let us say, little corrections that we made. This is how sensitive it is. Because if we are not careful, if we extract feces to the farm, the chickens and the goats and dogs and pigs will bring, and water will wash, and at the end of the day, bam, problem. So of course, you are doing well. I know you are an achiever, and I'm also looking forward to see a lot of TBOs like you from Oyo State. Excellent. So finally, sir, can we, because women, can we allow her to talk? Finally, and you will talk. Okay, madam, you have 2 minutes, and you will have 1.5 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Sunana Hadasa Salamin, daga Kaduna State Java Local Government.
Okay.
Gaskiya na sama chief na TBO. Ni a tsayawa na wani mace kamar namiji. Na fara wannan TBO ni sana'a na buga dutse ne. Babu yanda wani da zai je yi toilet ba tare da sa dutse a ciki ba. Gidana kusa da masallaci ne. Na fara sa toilet na fara ni ne farko mace na gina gidana kuma ni na sa toilet da kaina. In za a zo sallan juma'a zan kokari increase mutane su shiga su ga yanda nike. A gaskiya na samu approve kuma na samu cin gaba da UNICEF. Gaskiya mu yi kwazo don mun samu sauki na zawo da amai. a kasashen mu gaskiya mun daidai ba ji wayan kai wani asibiti a cikin zawo da amai ba. Gaskiya mu inganta gidaje mu kuma gaskiya na ji daɗi yanda ruwasa sun taimaka mana kuma sun nuna mana mun samu cin gaba a Jaba da Kaduna. Saboda haka Ubangiji Allah ya taimake mu.
Thank you very much. So, madam, you know what? Let's bring it down. A lot of contributions are coming. Sir, please permit me to try to call it a day for this session. But we will just hang it up and even utilize it more effectively. So what we are advised is that you have a lot to share with us. Why not put it in writing, and tomorrow as you come out in the morning, you will submit according to states. And we will now document it, and it become part of the documents which we will share and learn from each other. I think that will be better, right? So, sir, I know. Yeah. So basically, yeah, thank you very much. So madam is a TBO from Jaba in Kaduna State. She said her business is breaking of stone earlier, and she became TBO. She is a woman, you know, if in Hausa adage, if they tell you, mace kamar maza, you are a very strong woman. So she's one of mace kamar maza. So the thing is that she look around and think of opportunity to actually market toilet work. What that came to her mind is that this is a mosque and it's closer to my house. Why don't I try to construct toilet for them? But in her local government, using of stone as a platform is possibly they have a lot of stones, right? And so that's why they even break stone for sale. So she now they use stone to construct platform. She used the same stone to construct the platform. She have the mosques have the buy-in, invited her, construct toilet for the mosques, and trust me, it's just like a public toilet. And there she is counting her money. So, but the thing I learned from what she has mentioned is that let's think out of the box. Let's not expect everything coming from the class or from a session. Think of your environment and what can I do differently. And madam, please, if you can put it in writing, some of these key, I mean, in fact, it's been spelled out in table so that it will support all of us to understand it even better and also to learn from what the good thing you are doing in Kaduna. Jaba is one of the great local government. It's an open defecation free LGA in Kaduna. And good to have you from Jaba. Thank you very much, madam. Yeah. So colleagues, there is no longer hands. I cannot see any hands, unfortunately for me. Yes, sir. I promise you 1.5 minutes, but can I say cancel? No, I can't cancel it. Okay, sir. So somebody, sir, can somebody give him? Thank you very much. Sorry, sir. Thank you very much. No level and no comment.
The one you are avoiding.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. You are all welcome. Yeah. So actually, let me just for the time limit. When we look at the impact of it, it has socially, economically, health, and morally. It has all these values.
That's correct.
When you look at socially, the way people have been patronizing and coming to the public toilet, use it, they feel very happy. Someone don't even have the shower in his house. When he come and enjoy it, he feel like he turned to a very millionaire. When you look at morally, it is all against our cultures. We know how we privatize money in our pocket. Even if you want to count it, you'll be hiding. What about our personal, our private part? Nobody will say that to open his nyash openly, you know. It is against all our cultures and ethics. So at the same time, you see, it plays a vital role in this section. When you look at the economically, actually, if you are gaining something, you have to mention it. The public toilet business is very good business. We are enjoying it. At the same time, it gives a room for employing so many people there. So it gives opportunity to employment. Then in the health sector, we all know when you go to a defecate openly, you may have some certain diseases and other things. But when you go to the toilet where it's well sanitized, you can avoid all those things. Then in the security aspect also, when you look at someone to go and out and defecate outside, he may have some problems there in the security relations and other things. So just because of the time factor you said, just thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's excellent. Thank you for the contribution. So, colleagues, what we will do now, no, thank you, no, sorry, sir, but you will put it in writing. I will take, what's your name, sir? What's your name? Balare Abubakar, I will make sure I actually take note of yours when you submit. You're going to actually put everything in writing. And it's time. I mean, our meal is getting cold, and there's need for us to close this session. I know I was going to have a problem with you in this session because it touches what we do and it touches the life of everyone. So thank you very much for the opportunity. But before I take my leave, please, if you are a TBO, there is going to be a template which you will actually fill. So the states that are here, before you leave finally for today, you are going, every TBO will go with one, and you will actually use the back to enter, to actually enter all your updates. If that is not enough, you can actually take out from the jotter that is being given to you in order to, the notebook you have, in order to actually fill it in. We want to take everything from you. Try as much as possible to have a good writing. If you don't have a good writing, of course, anyone that can write something that we can understand, you can actually support. Please, let's support each other to have it updated. We need all of this information to be documented. It's important. This is a very important session. Thank you for the opportunity, and God bless. Thank you very much. I'm done. Yes, I'm done. Please, yeah. I know you want to clap. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Oh, I don't want to. Let it not be that like nobody's understanding what I'm saying. So, but you know what? I'll go the other way. Now, power. Power. Okay, now this is it. If those that did not understand will not get the power clap correctly. Power. No, now. You are not even clapping. It's not possible. Those that God will reveal those that did not have not been understanding since morning till now. Power. Thank you very much. Everyone is understanding. Thank you. So, what's next? What's next on our, where is? Okay, thank you. The chief has declared this session. We are now on break, as declared by the chief herself. So, how many minutes, please, can we check how many minutes is for the lunch, so we can come back and close it up in good time? 1 hour. So, it's a 1 hour thing. Eat, and those that have to pray should pray, and let's come back in 1 hour. Amfanin dawowa da wuri shine saboda a samu a kare da wuri don a koma, haka ne? Idan har ba a dawo da wuri ba, definitely we are not going to close in good time. The importance of coming back in good time in the next 1 hour is for us to actually wrap it up and actually leave. The more we stay out there doing nothing, the more time we are extending, because we have to finish whatever we have planned to be delivered today. Thank you very much, and God bless.
One, two, dreams come true. Gonna come, baby, looking out for ya. 3, 4, knocking your door. Baby, you're the woman I've been crazy for. 5, 6, pick you at 6. It's about time we stop playing those games. 7 and 8, don't be late. We be going out on a special date. I'm lonely. If you want me, baby, I'll be your king. You be my queen. Whoa. Oh, 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 It's you that I want, that I need. Toba de o, show ababi no. It's you that I wanna be. Toba de o, show ababi no. With you is where I'd rather be. Láyé mi, olólùfẹ́ jọ̀wọ́ my love. So baby, please me, no they tease me. See these other girls, no they satisfy me. Yeah, they come close, make you crucify me. Ooh-wee. All your friends and they talk, say you don't juggle. Wait till you they fight for Kano when you did so good. Now how to beat so. Now so the thing go. Oh yeah. Now so the thing go. Oh yeah. She says she wants me. She says she needs me. She says she wants me. Black boss. 1, 2, dreams come true. Can I come, baby, looking out for ya? 3, 4, knocking your door. Baby, you're the woman I've been crazy for. 5, 6, pick you at 6. It's about time we stop playing those games. 7 and 8, don't be late. We be going out on a special date. I'm lonely. If you want me, baby, I'll be your king. You be my queen. Whoa.
you.